Yes, there we are. What is up, YouTube? How are you doing? How are you doing? It is Tuesday, and let's see what the chart gives us on a Tuesday, shall we? What is important, though, is this current range regarding the probabilities for the higher time frame scenarios as well. And that's also why I go live, because I want to chat about this particular range. And maybe with a bit of luck, we can have a, maybe a bit of a move. But that's always, we never know. We don't know. But the probabilities will be impacted by either the highs or the lows taken in this range. So that is then also, of course, what we are going to talk about in today's live stream. So first of all, we're going to cover Elliott Waves. We're going to start with this most recent move to the upside. I have an alarm down here and I have an alarm up here. Arguably, I should put it on the 886 actually, because that is the important one. And we're going to see what price will give us as it is ranging here in either a potential wave 4 or, of course, a potential bearish scenario, which I'll talk about in a second as well. But first of all, before we jump in, how are you doing? What's up, chat? Dawa, good morning. Good you're here. Vitor Montero, alarm bell went off. Notification went off. Welcome. Actually, don't know. Probably. We're live earlier than usual. It's 12 now. It's not 1. So, but I had like time between 12 and 1, so it was a good moment to go live. Darius Paju, Elliott Wave guy here. Oh, you're from Discord. Okay, I get it now. It's not always easy to know exactly who is who, if you know what I mean, between Discord and YouTube. But okay, yeah, there you go. Bitcoin TA. You always share all your scenarios as well, together with John, perse, the guy with the number like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that one as well. Errol Suleiman, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Flotty, always there. Good to have you around, mate. Izar fine. Good morning. Darius Payu. Exactly. Yeah, it takes some time to remember the different names of people on different platforms, right? So it's not always easy to remember who is who. But hey, welcome everyone. Good to have you here today. Bigger MC also joining. Welcome. As price is currently hitting that 786 below the golden pocket, but we're going to cover it. So let's then jump in, shall we? Uppala. Let me have a quick look here at what CVD is showing. It's weird. Like we have a bearish CVD on yellow, bullish CVD on blue. So it's very, very mixed. The bearish CVD here locally has played out now, but not the bigger one. But that is a second CVD, not a first. But yeah, let's just cover Elliott Waves and see what price does in the hour that we have together, shall we? Such a lie. Such a nice little grind down. 1 min, 5 wave, 3 wave up, and nice yellow. Yeah, it's been a good grind. Garcia, by the way, welcome as well. Good to have you here. Nice to see people joining in, coming in. Okay, let's talk about the importance of the range here and also the probabilities that change either the low, if the low is taken first, or the high is taken first. Because there's a reason why initially I only had this on my chart and I have this on my chart. But let's go through that. All right. Zooming out a little bit. Let's say if you want the bullish probabilities to continue, you want to take the highs first. The probabilities become neutral if the lows are taken first. I should say it differently. Hit the 886 before taking the low would be bullish. Taking the low means we have to observe the reaction and then take it from there. Interesting. A little teaser on what we're going to talk about, because of course it has to do with Elliott Waves and time as well. So just shortly in a nutshell, to make sure we are all thinking about the same structures, the same waves, right? Showing you the context of what we're in. While, oh, 1 second, my fiance is actually calling me. 1 moment. That's okay. Okay, you all get the hi from my fiance. She's like, I told her, I just got live on YouTube. She says, oh, okay, well, I can talk to you later. Say hi to everyone from me. So there you go. You got the hi from my fiance. So just to make sure we all have the same frame of mind, right? The same context. Let's start with the bullish and the bearish scenario. Now, I know it's a little bit similar compared to the previous update, only the beginning, because what happens locally, that is where the change is, because it has to do with time versus a wave 4, and also the bearish scenario being then the flat structure, right? But in a bullish scenario, we want to see continuation, right? 1, 2, eventually looking for a wave 3, usually minimum target 1.618 at 50k. Want to see the 1-to-1 pass as well, preferably, so wave 3 is not the shortest. It's not a requirement that a wave 3 is longer than wave 1. As long as, if we do get a bigger wave 4, as long as the wave 5 is then shorter than the wave 3. That is most important. However, what I do not like about the current move to the upside is that the highest volume at the moment is in the high. And even if we talk about a wave 3, then preferably you have a 5-wave move where the highest volume is in your 3rd wave, then you get a 4 and a 5 on lower volume. Arguably, we finished a 5-wave move here with an extended 5th, but those are not common, those are quite rare, so it's not really high probabilities at the moment, right? And that then depends, if we do get a move to the downside, right? It depends on what move we get. If we would put the wave 3 here with an extended 5th being the highest volume, and then we look for a 4, well, in an impulse, first of all, we don't want to have overlap with wave 1, right? So 44,800 would be an invalidation. The moment you hit this level, if price moves down, you got to think about potentially diagonals and stuff. The problem for a diagonal is this wave 2 here, because then wave 2 has to be a zigzag. Now we do have a zigzag here, but all of this over here then has to be somehow a wave 1, 2, 3, and then an A, B, C for a zigzag. It just becomes messy at the moment, right? So we're not thinking about that just yet, but at least, well, we are thinking about it because we are prepared. But let's first wait and see if price is going to take the lows first or the highs first. No. So in a bullish scenario, of course, we're looking for continuation to the upside. No? A second bullish scenario, which is similar but different, because we're looking for upside, that's what's similar. But here, this is the low of Y, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? The second one shown this morning is Y finished here, and we're looking for an impulse up. Now here, also, preferably, if we're looking for a wave 1 and then a wave 2, preferably in a wave 1, your subdegree count does not end on the highest volume, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, if you do get an extended 5th, then wave 5 can have the highest volume, but preferably in an impulse, that's not the case. Preferably, you have a 4 and a 5 on lower volume, right? So also here for potential 1, it would be ideal to make a new high first on lower volume, and then maybe look for a potential retracement, right? Eventually, whenever it comes. It depends also on the scenario, right? The main difference between these two, if we do get another move to the upside, is the length of your wave 4. In this scenario here, we're eventually looking for a bigger wave 4, while here we're looking for a wave 2, right? So depending on the range that eventually forms, we know what happens. Now, this is where things become very important, because time is a little bit of a thing with this range now, especially if price would make a new low. So currently, if we look at like into this impulsive structure to the upside, we have 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, might be your 4, looking for a new impulse, right? Now these lows here, which currently is the low of this range, this low here works nicely for a potential wave 4. Time-wise, as well as price-wise. The 382 is hit, common target, 05 is also still a target, 618 here is an invalidation. But time-wise, this low works nicely. The fib time is taken from the high of 1 to this low here, right? So that is the fib time pool from the high to the low and then put on top of wave 3. It is no problem for a wave 4 to be longer than wave 2. Generally, that is what we like to see. However, we also don't want the wave 4 to be too long because then it's out of context. And that is why I have the different colors here. So this low is made after the 2 fib time, which is perfectly fine. But if price is going to make a new low here, it's going to do so around the 6 fib time, meaning this range then becomes 6 times longer than wave 2, this wave 2 here, which is not what you want to see. So that lowers the probabilities of a wave 4, of this degree at least, right? Now, arguably, and this is a bit of a will it not, arguably this wave 2 is finished one pivot to the right. And if we do that, then you can see that we are now ranging after the 3 fib time. We still got the 4 left and 5 and 6. We're not even close at the moment. So in this case, it would work nicely. The main thing is that if you do take this low here, it does mean your wave 4 is quite long, right? In this case, if your 2 pivot is here, it's okay-ish if it does it soon. But in the other scenario, you're at a 5, 6, meaning the probabilities will switch more to neutral and we have to observe the reaction, hopefully get a bit of a bounce, look for proof of support, right? Which is important to look for bullish continuation. So time plays quite an important role now with this potential low taken, yes or no. And I'll get to the probabilities at the end, of course. While I talk, we go through things, because the 886 here is important as well, that I pulled, that was on my screen at the beginning. Okay, so that being said, the bearish scenario, of course, is a flat. No? We have then A, B, C. We cannot forget, like, yes, we have a nice move to the upside, but in Elliott waves, we always have to have both a bearish and a bullish scenario. We can have probabilities attached to a certain scenario, making them higher or lower probabilities, which then translates into a preferred and an alternative scenario. But probabilities, of course, always change. And the local range here is important for the probabilities on the low time frame, which is this time frame, by the way, like the 1 hour, between the bear and the bull, no? So the bearish scenario, 3, 3, 5. Here we're then looking for an A, B, C, and then we want to see a move to the downside in a wave C, which then has to be a 5-wave structure to the downside, very likely to take the low of wave A, where also you have 3 lows over here. So that means basically taking the lows at about like 40K, right? At the moment, this has not yet the highest probabilities. But if we take the low here, then the probabilities become neutral between bullish and bearish, as we have to observe the reaction, right? Now, when we zoom in to this range, plop, 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 right? There's a couple of things going on. Let me remove this one here. I didn't clean up the chart. Yes. So if we would think, hey, we have a high here, which is made also at the target box, by the way, right? Very, very nice. Good resistance. That's what we like to see. Weekly naked point of control hit. Perfect, right? Very, very nice. We were looking for this area. Yesterday, the latest update was when price was around this yearly, right? But we moved above the yearly. Where did we go? To the blue box. Very, very nice. The resistance here, by the way, is that weekly naked point of control, right? 47,300. That is the resistance that we tagged. Weekly naked point of controls Always important to keep in mind. Very, very important support and resistance areas. And as it shows, we are now ranging. At least we found a bit of resistance here. So locally, if we are looking for that wave C to the downside, we have to think about an impulse, no? Well, clearly a normal impulse doesn't work. Okay, then we have diagonals and double 1-2s. And this is where things get interesting. If the low gets taken before the 886 touched here, right? So at the moment, we are just ranging and we are just waiting. We are patient. If we think about a diagonal, a leading diagonal can have two options. It can be a 5, 3, 5, 3, 5, meaning impulse, correction, impulse, correction, impulse. Corrections have to be zigzags, or zigzag, 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 right? All of the waves are three wave structures. In this case, I would then, I would then be looking for the zigzags. A, B, C, correction, right? A, B, C, and then you want to see the low taken here. Correction, ABC. At the moment, it's way too early to call diagonals because the low hasn't been taken, right? This would only be your first structure, second structure, third, 4, 5. Eventually you get this. We got some shit going on throughout the weekend, range, and then blah, blah, and then we go down, right? Okay, we can think about it, but it doesn't yet have the highest probabilities at the moment, right? And then we have the potential building like a couple of 1-2s, and I actually put these on the chart here after the update this morning, just because the 886 here is important. So here we are looking for a 1 and then the 2 ending over here. So we did touch the 886, but the end of this corrective structure is at the 786. Happens, right? Then we have another one, zigzag into, another one, zigzag into. No idea what yet, like, you know, maybe another impulse. The thing is, you're going to be looking to take this low before moving up and take this high. And that is why this 886 at 47K is important. So if I just remove all of the clutter and put the 886 on, and actually also then put the low on, these are the two at the moment that we have to keep an eye on. Probabilities, right? If this low gets taken first, the probabilities become neutral. Not bullish or bearish, but they become neutral and we have to observe the reaction. Why? Because of the time of this range as explained earlier, right? It's the time. It's time now playing an important role here. So because of the time in this scenario, make a new low. Wave 4 is going to be quite long compared to 2. With this fib pool, that's okay if we put wave 2 here. But if we put this wave 2 to the left, then time is going to be an issue if we make another low, because your 4 is 4 times longer than your wave, or 6 times longer or more than your wave 2, which is not what we like to see, right? So that means the probability switch to neutral. We are still in the target area for a wave 4 if it moves down. But time-wise, the probabilities become lower. It is a wave 4, right? So it switches the probabilities to either a bigger corrective structure, where if you're still thinking bullish, we are thinking about either this being the high of your 3 and a bigger 4, bigger range, right? Then we have to pull a fib from this low to this high, toggle on wave 4. And then this is your target area, which is then between 46.3 and 45.2, right? Or you're going to be thinking about, hey, is your wave 1 finished? Going down for a wave 2 before continuation. So there's still bullish options. But what I don't like to see in these bullish options in both of these is that the highest volume of this move is at a high. That's not common for an impulse. It's rare. Only when you have an extended fifth, you get that, right? Like usually in an extended fifth, the highest volume is in the 5. But an extended fifth impulse is not so common. So, and when you take the low first, so first of all, a bigger retracement, right? Probabilities become neutral. We observe the reaction at support, which then is the yearly level that we have here at 46.2K, as well as the box that we have here as well, which is a 5-minute order block. And depending on the reaction we get here, we can get a clear idea of the bullish or the bearish scenarios on the higher time frame, like the 1 hour time frame, right? If we move up to the 886 first, before taking the low, then probabilities increase whatever happens after that we will see a move to the upside. Reason being that for a double 1-2, 1 2 1 2 886 rare, right? You already had an 886 touch here as well, but it's more important now to keep an eye on the range and which direction gets broken first, basically. So that is the change in probabilities with the range that we have at the moment, which is quite important, as you can imagine, for what happens after, right? So very, very interesting range. And yeah. When we forget this range for a short second, we can't, of course, because it's being printed. But if we think about the bullish versus the bearish scenario and we zoom out, then the probabilities would be lower for this to be a 5 and then a flat, because this is an expanding diagonal structure, which is less common compared to what we have here, and then a bigger range in 4. This is your 3, this is your 4, and then you move up in a 5. All right. But the local price action will show us the probabilities for the higher time frames, higher time frame counts as well. So this is what is currently important with regards to the probabilities on pretty much 15-minute to the 4-hour time frame, the scenarios that we have gone through. Which side will it take first? So what we're going to do is put the 886 on and this line. We also have both bullish and bearish CVD divergences. We got bearish here and bullish here. We also have an 886 touch at the low, and we have an 886 touch at the high. So we can't really use CVD too much or the 886 touches as well, because we got it on both sides, right? So it neutralizes. So yeah, becomes more important to look at the fibs and the structures of the waves. I also want to have the box on, by the way. So I have an alarm down here and I have an alarm up there. And yeah. Potential ABC to the downside, but we remain patient, right? Patience is important. By the way, to show you the CVD divergences, yellow is just moving up as price is moving down, and blue here moving down as, you know, we have a higher low on price, lower low on the CVD. Has to be said that the yellow CVD is now a second CVD. So the first one, the first CVD divergence was here, right? Over here, we had lower highs on price, higher highs on yellow, price moved down, played out. Which now means that the bounce that we got, still creating bearish CVDs with the high here, is now a second CVD. So the first CVD already played out, price moved down. You get a bounce, more bearish CVDs, it's a second one, right? So the more often you have a CVD divergence with the same pivot, the lower the probabilities of it playing out, but it's only a second, so it's still okay. And we have the 886 touch down here. So yeah, we are going to remain patient, see if we can catch any interesting moves while we are live. Would be interesting, no? And also keep an eye on the 3-minute because Blue now, lower high on price, higher high on the CVD on blue. Even on the 15 it shows bullish. We're going to keep an eye on the 3 minute as well and see if the low is going to be taken first or not, because that is of course the main question at the moment. Will the low get taken first, or does it move up and does it take the high first? Or at least moves to the 886 first. So that's what we're going to watch. How you doing? Okay. For now, Divine Seeker, you are spared. One more message like that, then you're out. Remove. It sounds like scammy or you know, spam stuff, like I sometimes see in the comments. Even though my comment section, I don't know if you noticed, is always very clean. You rarely ever see scam or spam in the comment section because I manage it all the time. So, where were we? Such a nice little grind down. Yes. Bless. Oh, here we were. Garcia, what's up? How you doing? Sweet Hero Mining, Sweden. Hero Mining, maybe. What's up? How you doing? Pleasure. Albert, RRS, good to see you around. Blaster33, how you doing? Good to see you around again. Mindless Musician, hello to your fiance, bro. Hello back. At least she said hello, so hello back indeed. From my fiance. She's at a work now in Amsterdam. And she's looking to get into real estate with her own business. She also is an entrepreneurial person. And after the wedding, she will start her business in real estate. Hey, mate, thoughts on iTech? What's up, Us4K? Usek, maybe? I don't do altcoins at the moment. Mainly focused on Bitcoin today. And see what price does here locally. Of course, answer questions as well. Paula Behrman, how you doing? Good to see you. Steve, what's up? Thanks for your comment earlier today. Adrian, greetings. I've missed out on a lot of moves because I'm scared of the news. And that's okay. And that is absolutely okay. We're not in the market to catch every move, right? If you have certain emotions, being nervous, nervosity, I wanted to say, right? Nervosity, fear, or something else, and you're not in the right frame of mind, it's very good to just be patient, wait for whatever you're waiting for to play out, or maybe the news to launch, and then afterwards you'll get the clarity to go back trading. Even if price moves up or moves down, you don't have to try and catch it, because wherever price is, you can always trade it at 100K, at 10K, at 50K, at 45K, right? You don't have to trade every move, so there's no problem being missing out on moves because you do not have the clarity or the confidence to trade at this moment because of everything that's happening, depending on what you're looking for, right? If you're scared of the news and that's why you miss out on things, maybe you just say, well, I'm going to have a slow year of 2020 or slow start of 2024 and I'm just going to wait. And when there's more news, I will join the party again, because then you may have more clarity. Same comment here, of course, at the moment, not looking at the altcoins. Chinese New Year is coming. When is that actually, Chinese New Year? What date is it? DXY is about to pump. DXY finding some strength again. Volatility is really low. Feels like they're waiting for news. I mean, we had quite a nice move to the upside, but then we start ranging. And at the beginning, it is fine to start the range. And that's why, that's what I always say, right? When there is a pump, wait for, or a dump, wait for a range, wait for a range. The range will give us all the information that we need to reassess the probabilities. And that is why now, as this range is continuing, and slowly showing itself, we know how the probabilities will switch when certain lows or highs are taken. It makes me think I have to write Elliott Wave analysis at the start of the stream. Q&A. Wait, the same happened as yesterday. Q&A now. Ta-da! Okay, you guys know what to do. Wait, how can I... It's annoying because of the emotes. I can't immediately pin my comment. So I have to wait a little bit till you guys write something. I can't yet. We'll do that in a second. It doesn't translate too well in terms of immediate impact into Bitcoin. With the DXY, well, if the DXY might have a little pump, Bitcoin could have a little dump, of course. I'm not sure where DXY is. Could have a quick look in a second. What's up, Dasa Gaming, man? How you doing? Good to have you here. Kenny, I learned so much right now. That's what we're looking for. Besides the updates, also providing some education with, especially the why, right? Why do probabilities change? What is the background of, like, what am I looking for regarding probabilities? That's basically the whole video is like explaining why, and then at the end there's the probabilities. But it's the why that's most important, right? So why do probabilities change if we take the low first before hitting the 886? Why is it more bullish to hit the 886 before the low? What then happens probabilities wise with the higher time frame scenarios, right? What's changing if we take the lows first? What do we have to then look out for, right? So and that's what I like about Elliott Waves, also trading in general, is it's a never-ending puzzle. It's just a puzzle. Elliott Waves is puzzling the whole day, looking at the new waves coming in, and assess the probabilities, of course, hopefully in a good way, which then eventually works out, right? Preferred and alternative scenarios. And also that's the reason why, if I can, I upload 3 times a day, because the probabilities are always changing based on new information that we get. So I love hearing that people learn a thing or two. I've learned a lot of patterns. Yeah, the patterns is usually what people start with, myself included. At the beginning, trend lines and patterns were probably the 2 things I started with. Didn't go very well per se, but I think that's what most people start with. They start with the patterns, diamonds, W, triangle, everything is a triangle, you know. Yeah, channels is usually one that you use quite early as well. And then only later you can go into more complex stuff, but you don't have to. Like you can use trend lines and patterns and be incredibly successful. You do not need Elliott Waves. I think it's a great tool. It can be very beneficial for especially the longer term trades, right? Medium time frame and that sort of stuff. But it's, I think, a very good tool to have, or it's not really a tool, a good strategy to have and use in your trading, because the moment you have a certain amount of skill in Elliott Waves, it will really help you to get a directional bias, which means a trend bias, and it just helps with trading, I suppose, no? So yeah, buenos dias, desde España, gracias. What's up, Broncos? How you doing, man? Gabriel Chalaru, the top is in. Maybe. I'm waiting for either the low to be taken or the 886 to be touched. But locally here, yeah, not too much happening, right? It's just, we do have bearish CVD on the 3 minute. But on the, like, we have bearish here, we have bullish here. So I prefer to look at the 15 minute, but both bearish and bullish CVD, 886 touch here, 886 touch up there as well. So I'm just waiting for, oh wait, either the high or the lows to be taken. Why is this? Okay. When I type myself, I have to close the stream, I see. Then I have to restart the stream, or no, the chat. Sorry, the chat, not the stream. Got it. Ta-da. And now I can pin the message. There we go. Let's do this. Nice in the corner. Opa. Down to 44.6, 43.9, and then up. Potential, if you're looking for a wave 2, that has potential, maybe even a 4, but yeah, potential. Potential. Luke Weiser, hi buddy, greetings from Germany. We don't compare length 2 to 4 in time, only in structure. Also in time, my friend. Also in time. I think that's like, do not underestimate time. In the book of Elliott Waves, which I have here, I still have like many of the books that I showed the other stream. Elliott Waves, everyone, is not only related in price, it's also related in time. Waves are not only related in price, also in time. Wave 2 and 4 is not only a time or a price relationship, it's also a time relationship. It's not only a pattern relationship between usually wave 4 being more complex, more shallow, and longer in time. Wave 4 tends to be shallow, complex, long. Wave 2 tends to be short, simple, short. Short, simple, deep. There we go. Wow, I had to search for that one. So time plays a very, very important role in Elliott Waves. Now, there are some people online on YouTube that disregard time, which is actually very, very funny because they use different time frames for Elliott Waves. So tell me it doesn't. Tell me time doesn't matter. Okay. Anyway, time is very important, and this is the book, by the way, Elliott Wave Principle, and I always love showing this. 1 second here. Okay. So there we go. Chapter 2, Guidelines of Wave Formation. Alternation has to do with time as well. Then we have wave equality, has to do with time, right? Then we have the right look, has to do with time as well. And then there is more, because we also have here chapter 4, Elliot Applied, Ratio Analysis and Fibonacci Time Sequences. Beautiful, right? And then over here, ratio analysis, right? Fibonacci time. So do not forget about time. Time is very, very important in Elliott Waves. So also between wave 2 and 4. So wave 2 tends to be short, wave 4 tends to be long, but a wave 4 usually, like probability-wise, is not longer than 5 or 6 times wave 2, right? 3 and 4 times is still okay, right? 2 times as well and 1 as well, but 5, 6 becomes very, very long, and it lowers the probabilities for your wave 4. So it's a good comment. It's a good comment because many people, and also on YouTube, forget about the time sometimes. Or there's even people that say time doesn't matter. In general, in whole of Elliott Waves, I know one channel that does that, but it's funny because he counts on different time frames. Oh boy. Length of 4 should be wave 3, 0.5 to 5 times the length of wave 3. You connected with the wave 3. I connected with the wave 2. You can do both, I suppose. I don't know how it works with the wave 3, but I can imagine you can find a way to use fib time as well there. What time frame and support and resist time frame do you think is best to use in respect? Depends on your trading style. Because if you are more of a swing trader, you're going to be working on probably 4-hour, daily, and weekly time frames. While if you're a scalper, you're going to try and find support and resistances on the 5, 3, 15-minute time frames. If you're a day trader, you're probably hanging around between the 15 and the 1 hour. So it depends on your style. And then on each time frame, you can find support and resistance levels. I'm 99% cash now. What's up, Polar Bearman? Yeah, if it fits your strategy, indeed, it's a good decision. I'm short from 47.1. Oh, that's a nice entry. Make sure to manage it well with the stop loss 47 till June lower low. Till the June. Okay. Wait, where is the June? Oh, all the way here. Holy moly, that would be a swing and a half. Yeah, that would be an amazing catch. Right, that would be really, really good. And you got a great entry as well. Feb 10, this year of the dragon. Yes, it is indeed the year of the dragon. The only reason I know that is because I'm marrying in this year, so people told me. Steve, I trade Forex as well. I see. You have a longer history with Forex yourself? If there's ever confusion, you can always go to Forex. Bro, Lux Algo Premium is good or not? I don't know. I don't make use of it, to be honest. DXY may not mess around with your charts being in different time zones. But it has been the mark of top on BTC and is the flow. Yeah, I mean, DXY and Bitcoin, of course, have a proven relationship with one another, sometimes more than other times. But in the end, it's BTC USD or USDT, which then mimics the dollar value. So yeah, it has a relationship, absolutely. I don't like trend lines as much as momentum indicators. Yeah, indicators can work perfectly fine as well. You can build amazing strategies using indicators as well. Betting on the news, fundamental trading. Hello. If go to the 4-hour time frame and connect the last two highs and the last two lows, a nice ending diagonal. That's an expanding one. And an expanding diagonal are less common. So that is why I tend to not cover it unless all of the other scenarios are invalidated. So I know which one you mean. You're talking about this one. I've seen this. And then I guess like this, right? But an expanding ending diagonal is a rare structure. Anything expanding triangle, expanding diagonal, right? Those structures are rare and therefore never preferred unless other stuff fails. And the moment other stuff fails, that is when we know. Also, I prefer to look locally. So in the Elliott Wave analysis done at the beginning of the stream, we spoke a lot about the importance of either the low being taken first or the 886 being touched first for the probabilities on the higher time frames as well. So that is why these are the only two things I now have on my chart. And then expanding diagonal, so it's rare, it's not initially preferred for now. But of course, depending on the local price action, that might change later on. So at the moment, the expanding diagonal is not yet preferred unless new information comes in. That then proves it becomes. But it's a good one. It's a good one. I saw it online as well. Luis Anced Arosso, nice name as well. Spanish maybe? Spanish, Portuguese, somewhere there? Or maybe Argentina or something? GSLG, hello, Kuz. What are your thoughts on the Bitcoin pump up to the 618 every cycle top? Single blow of top, however, double top on 2021. Ah, you are talking about the cycle. Yeah, I see. You're talking about the cycle count that I've done recently. Let me I want to keep my chart open, but let me go to TradingView and open my cycle chart. I heard my alarm going off. I was like, huh? But nothing. It wasn't that's Binance. I need, there we go. And then we go to the monthly, blah, 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 blah. That's the bearish one. Where's the impulse? Here we go. So this is the one you mean, right? What are your thoughts on Bitcoin 618 every cycle top? Single, double. I don't know the 13 one, but yeah. So yeah, on the cycle, that's of course, it's an interesting story where the 618, I mean, arguably your yellow here is of course a little lower, but I put the 618 because the 05 causes price action, so I kept the 618. And that's why the target for a potential blue one in a bull market, I again used the 618, right? Because it shows this type of a move. The lows are getting deeper from a logarithmic perspective, right? 236, 382, 05, while the moves up are becoming shorter, not in price, because in price you have a big difference, but on the log scale in percentage, it becomes less. So the move from the low here to the high is bigger, right, in percentage than from the low to the high here. So you can see 618 of red, right? This move up is the 618. This move up is in green is the 618 of this one. So arguably, if you get a new bull market, then percentage-wise, it becomes a bit shorter. But that's of course in the bullish scenario, because you're looking for like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and and eventually you get a big 3, and you move from this to that, right? Of course, in the bearish scenario, you do not count. Well, you also use the 618s, right? But then this is your count, of course. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We know the length, right? 0.618, 0.618 of the previous impulse. And then you're looking for a multi-year bear, no? So I don't really have necessarily like an opinion on the 618s being hit. It's just, I suppose it's more like the way it is in a way. The only reason why for me it is important to measure those waves against one another is to have an estimation of a potential bull market top if we do continue up in the macro bullish scenario. I want to have an idea of, okay, where could we go, right? That's the only reason why I have those 618s on my chart. And then in the video, because in the cycle macro high time frame video I post on Sundays, I like to explain this to the viewers that might not be familiar with that video that I do on the cycle, so that they understand where the target comes from. Oh, why does he think 100 to 180K? And then they understand, wait, I see. Previous waves hit the 618. Okay, so now the 618 is there again. It's around 100K. Okay, bit of leeway, right? Little bit of extra. Okay, 180. Okay, 100. Okay, yeah, and that makes people understand what I'm doing. And why I get to certain targets. And I think that's important. Instead of just showing, the target of Bitcoin is this. Everyone can say that. Bitcoin goes to 500K. Okay, that's great. Now, what's your analysis? Right? How did you get to that conclusion? What are the probabilities of that happening? So in my content, I try to explain the scenarios in detail. As long as it fits in 10 minutes, I explain the scenarios where hopefully people understand what the arguments are for the target being there in the bull market, right? So they know, okay, he gets that target from doing this, this, and this. Oh, I can do that myself as well. I can put it on my chart. Again, people can do it themselves as well. I clicked on the wrong button. Instead of muting my mic, I clicked on taking a screenshot. I didn't want to take a screenshot. Nick K, what's up, man? How you doing? As we are sitting on 618, pump from 64K and 40. I think you're talking about different 618s here, maybe. But you talk about the Fibonacci 618. Yeah, I prefer, so we are actually above the 618. I mean, it depends if you use linear scale or logarithmic scale as well. So from the high to the low, 618, this is the linear scale. We are below. And on the logarithmic scale, we are above. Actually acting as support. 786 is at the magical 50K. Yo, good morning, Dustian. What's the most important thing in life? Time. I use gun and I go by time, not price. I like what you say. I do think time, it's the highest valued asset, I suppose, that you have. You can only spend it once and everyone dies in the end, you know. So yeah, it's a nice little one there. Tintin UFO, what's up? How you doing? Nice using the emote as well. 24k, yeah, that's a deep one. You're definitely looking for this low to be taken first. If this happens, the altcoins will go in minus. Yeah, I know, right? Altcoins will have a big move as well. Well, the thing is, sometimes the altcoins don't move at all when Bitcoin moves. They just remain stable. It's like, oh yeah, whatever, right? Altcoins are always interesting. I don't trade them though. Looks Algo has a wave count at 3. Chart Prime also has some cool tree. Yeah, I see. I don't use indicators myself though, so that's probably the reason why I don't know it. How do I control what, Crypto Aman? Welcome, by the way. Up or down? I mean, you can check the beginning of the stream for the analysis, and then you know what we're waiting for to assess the probabilities of this range here. Right? And then, of course, trading-wise, you want to have your own strategy. Anyone got the copy pasta? Man, can we have like... Oh, look, if I would stream on Twitch, I would have Nightbot, right? And then Nightbot exclamation mark strategy or something. And then the 5 points come in the chat. Like, I must be able to do that in YouTube as well. I didn't research it, but I must be able to get like Nightbot or something in here as well with exclamation marks and like, I don't know, maybe you have the same emotes. Must be a way. Gabriel, I play this stuff on other charts and other time frames. 1 minute and never go above breakpoint. In this case on the weekly, so the top should be in. 1 minute and never go above the breakpoint. In this case on the weekly, on Bitcoin is 48.2. Oh, Crypto Aman, maybe because you used a certain word which is not allowed by YouTube. One of the words apparently, and I don't know why, is altcoins. Obviously there's another word that I put in the not view list, like hide list, because obviously it's a term that we use in the industry, but somehow that's why Adrian writes it with spaces, so maybe that was the word. Yeah, Gabriel, of course, if that's your analysis, then obviously one should trade it, right? Always trade your own strategy, your own plan, unrelated to what also people say online, because no one is a financial advisor and officially no one knows what happens, but we are all here to trade the probabilities, of course. And probabilities eventually, hopefully, long term, will give you some nice profits, of course. So, but having your own strategy, like, that's the best thing. The best thing that you can do for yourself is creating your own strategy. It takes time. Best thing that you can do. I'm not assuming that wave for ended on 43.20. 46 high to 41k low. 46k high. So this one. 2D. $46k high to 41. Yeah, so this would be your wait. Oh right, A, B, C. Wow, you need to now drop below this, eh? Oh no, wait, expanding diagonal. No, I'm talking about something else. No, yeah, so yeah, you need to have a big one. But you're only having 1, 2, 3 waves. So unless your fourth is in, I recommend to not look at expanding structures. Same with, for example, triangles or other expanding diagonals. As long as you don't have your fourth wave in, probabilities are very low for the expanding structures, because there are so many other possibilities that have a higher probability, right? Looking at this structure here, at the moment, an expanding ending diagonal does not carry the highest probabilities. In general, expanding structures are rare, but also there's currently other scenarios that have a higher probability. These are, of course, the ones that I tend to show as well. I'm Portuguese. There you go. Kenny, found you a friend. I don't know if he's here. I'm short entry 46,800. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, not a bad entry. You got a little bit of a move, but it depends now on your plan. What is your probability of returning back down till you feel it will be more likely to come back down first as the next? Well, so at the moment, as basically mentioned a little bit in the beginning of the stream, I'm just waiting. If the low here gets taken first, probabilities switch from bullish to neutral because we have to observe the reaction that we get, if there's potential support or not, or we can go down for a deeper retracement. That's what you want to see, right? If price moves up and hits the 886 here first, the probabilities will be bullish. And that is what I'm waiting for at the moment. And this has a big impact on the higher time frame Elliott Wave scenarios as well. So where's the question? Of course, the question is probably, you know, related to your position, but that your position should be based on your plan, right? So you have a certain idea, a certain reason why you entered. You got a little bit of a move. You are the one and the only one that can manage it, your trade. If you see what you don't want to see, you can exit. You can put a stop loss break even, or you have a loss. But as long as it fits your strategy, a loss is no problem. Because if you have a 50% win rate with a 1 to 2 RR, you're a great profitable trader. 60% win rate or 50% win rate and 1 to 3 RR met, you are a good profitable trader. But that still means you're going to lose 50, 40, depending on your win rate, amount of trades. So that means your stop loss can sometimes get hit 5 times in a row, but you're still incredibly profitable over 100 trades. So never look at the one trade. Stick to your plan and your strategy, which hopefully you have. And if your plan or strategy says to hold, get out, stop loss break even, then do it. Hopefully you collected data and you have data about your strategy, where to put the stop loss, what's your best risk to reward ratio, what is your win rate. You know, if I see this on the chart, what's the probability of it going back to my entry? You know, those type of things. And based on that info, you can make a better plan. So from an Elliott Wave point of view now, we are just remaining patient. We're in bullish market structure. So on a higher time frame, if I would zoom out, as long as this low is not taken, the probabilities generally would be higher to look for higher prices. But it switches, the moment this low is taken, the probabilities switch from bullish to neutral. If price first takes the 886, probabilities are higher to continue for higher prices. So we're patient. We're patient lads and lasses here for the ladies watching as well. And patience in combination with discipline, of course, is very, very, very important in trading. We don't have to catch, of course, every move as long as we catch the biggest portions of a move. And the moment you lose trust in a certain position, it's a great, you can always get out and go back in. So as an example, right? As an example, target box. So over here, when price was ranging here, right? Remember, guys, we said if this high is taken, probabilities are very high to look for the box, look for continuation. We saw bullish CVD here as well. We got to move up. Now imagine, hypothetically, right? Because this is an example. I should talk about I and not people. Imagine I would have entered here, because I can't say people, because obviously I'm not an advisor. And price hits the resistance here. Now from an Elliott Wave point of view, you're still in bullish market structure. I always say, wait for a range. So what does Kun do in this example, right? Wait for a range. Eventually you get a range. Yeah, you might give away a few percent and then it bounces again, but you just wait for a range to get clarity. And the moment you would feel, or in this case, Kun, at the moment he thinks, probabilities based on the range might be neutral, or when this low is taken, I want to reassess, right? I want to wait and see what price does. I can always get back in. Then you still got yourself a move of almost 4%. Will you be happy or will you be sad that you missed out on 2.5%? It's not even a question, is it? Should be happy, right? Someone hypothetically may have exited here and be like, okay, we are at an important resistance level. Weekly naked point of control is here, always important. I'm going to wait. If we pass this area, okay, I'm going to look based on my confluences and based on my idea and my strategy. I'm going to try and look for an entry again. Price is ranging. Okay, probabilities. If we take the low, neutral. If we go to the 886 first, they switch to bullish. Okay, so I have an idea. And then, I have to manage again. Because, of course, everything on this channel never, ever is financial advice. People click their own buttons. They have their own plan and their own strategy. I'm not responsible for your wins. I'm not responsible for your losses. To be honest, I don't care at all. Right? Why should you care? Why should I care? Of course, in Diamond, I care. But in general audience, general public, we're all in it for ourselves. It's actually, trading is a very egoistic business. If you win and I lose, you took my money. You know what I mean? So we're trying to beat one another. However, I'm here trying to help people gaining knowledge in Elliott Waves, helping them with building a strategy, short-term updates, that sort of stuff. Because I reached a certain level where I believe that I can give back on YouTube and do the streams and educate some peeps and help people that become emotional, talk about trading psychology, which is always one of my favorite topics. Okay. Oh, sorry, I meant when I pull a fib from the top to the bottom on each cycle. In the middle of the cycle, Bitcoin pumped to the 618 before getting a correction. On a linear scale, right, we are almost there. So where is let me quickly check here. Where was it? The 886? 886. Where was the golden pocket? 48.5 to that's nice. It's also in confluence with the volume profile, by the way. Value area high is there as well. So, yep. And you also have the 786 there of the logarithmic scale, around 50K. So yeah. That is indeed an important area. Very nice, GSLG. I think you might be onto something there, because the chart doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme, and it is an important area from an Elliott Waves perspective as well. Very interesting. Saeed Razai, what's up? How you doing? What are the possible targets? Depends on the scenario. 45.5 would be a move to the downside, but I recommend to check the beginning, because if price takes the low first, then there's a couple of scenarios that's why we have to observe the reaction. So the probabilities become neutral because we have to observe the reaction first. Because either you're in an 1-2-1-2 scenario for further downside, you're either in a bigger 4, want to see upside and not hit this high. That would be, oh, I'm so sorry. You don't want to hit the high. That would be an invalidation. Or you go into a wave 2, if this is a 1-2 up. So it depends on the structure that we get to the downside. So that's why the probability switched to neutral. And then patience, more patience is needed to get more clarity. Can you talk, what's up, Stan? Set up confluences you use. In Diamond, yes. But I can't do that on a stream like my strategy. Basically, everything you see that I use in my videos is stuff that I use. I will never show you stuff in videos that I don't use. Everything you see is what I use. Elliott waves, the target boxes, the horizontals, CVD, everything. And more, but it's just about how you combine all the knowledge and experience into one. That is it. And everyone, you know, a strategy is very personal. I always say that a strategy is a reflection of your personality. I should put that on a tile one day. Anyone interested in merch? Yeah, it reflects your personality, your patience levels, your risk levels, your style of trading, swing, scalp, day, the tools you love to use. And based on all that info and then data, collecting data, you build your strategy. Now, for me, that took years as well. So, of course, I can't just put it out there. But for the people that are happy to learn, they can check out Diamond. It's not signals. It's very much focused on learning, either my strat or building your own with the templates that I have and the Excel sheets to collect statistics and stuff. That's the goal, helping people to also develop their own stuff. You blush when you say fiance. Maybe I put some blush on this morning. Anyone else having a cat that assists their trading by standing in front of the screen and playing with their mouse cord? Get a wireless one. A cat? Oh, I don't have pets yet, but we're looking to get a dog eventually. A big one, not a small one. GSLG 46.2K important as it's the body of the yearly candle. Yes, that's true. Crypto Aman, I lose my profits due to the emotional trading and greedy and market volatility. Please help. I can read it. Crypto Aman, what's up, Mark, by the way? Crypto Aman, I have a great tip for you, my friend. 1 second. I got so many books here as well. And notebook, right? So, but, oh yeah. From yesterday's stream, still got my first ever little notebook for Elliott Wave, learning Elliott Wave. Okay. I don't even have an affiliate link, but there we go again. Everyone, you know about this one already? Read it. I'm not affiliated. I do not get profits, but oh boy, has this book helped me. And this book is so much better than anything you will get out of this book. This one is, I can't compare. Trading in the Zone is like the legendary book in the industry. The only thing you read is what you should do, but they don't teach you how to get there. How do you get better with your psychology? What are the steps that you have to take, right? It just tells you, oh yeah, you gotta, wait and be paid. What the fuck? This book gets you a system that you can implement step by step. Mental Game of Trading by Jared. He's a psychologist. He's worked with NFL, with esports players, with whatever, top athletes, poker players as well. The Mental Game of Poker was his first book. I think he has 2. And implement what he says in the book. Implement the steps, and guaranteed you will improve. Another thing is, by the way, I've done this myself. I'm not talking rubbish here. You've seen the little things in my book as well, right? I use it as a workbook. And I also have my notebook here where, sorry for my handwriting, I selected different mental hurdles that either I had in the past or sometimes still struggle with, right, in my trading, because everyone tries to improve. I'm not really looking to improve too much in my technicals, but mainly psychology, if I can improve somewhere, right? And so I have my notes where I wrote down here my, improving my mental game of trading. And this is the book where I go through the exercises myself. And currently it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 8 pages now. 8 pages of working on different psychology stuff. Maybe more in a step-by-step plan is 1, lower your position size probably, and maybe your account as well. And then 2, read the book. And maybe even stop trading till you've read the book. And then come back and try again. Because I know where you are. I have been there. I'm a very emotional guy in the beginning, or I was in the beginning. Holy moly, my first ever trade, I was awake till 4 a.m. Put all my money in. That was stupid as well. I had no risk management. I had no idea what I was doing. I put everything in. Savings, and I couldn't sleep till 4 a.m. in the morning till I was like, fuck it. I either lose everything or I win something. I won something, and then in a month after, I then lost what I won. So, and a little bit more. That was how I started. Now, that book was not yet there, but it is now. I don't know, when did it came out? Let me have a look again. 2021. So yeah, read it. I should put an affiliate link, so people can can click the link. You know how it works. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man? Please read carefully by above comment. There you go. Give you my my advice for you, my friend. Why in macro 5 is not 5 finish for the on the macro, we still have both the bullish and the bearish scenario as an option. So 40 to 50k is important to 55k, I should argue, where we are now, 46 to 55. And then depending on the structure, we are looking for an ABC or we are looking for a 5-wave impulse. But as this, doesn't look finished just yet, the macro is still neutral till we get the most information. I mean, I arguably, we had a bounce at 24k on the 382 Fibonacci that I show in my cycle macro high time frame video, which is more like a wave B target compared to a wave 2 target. So that is something we do keep in mind. Gabriel, if you put from Singapore, then the 618 is already, but I of course do it from the high to the low. I wouldn't use the 65k one. I would use the all-time high, really. But I guess that it depends on the strategy you implement as well, and where you then put it from. Where are we currently on Elliott Wave in the high time frame and the low time frame? Okay. Cycle is neutral. Macro, we are waiting for, the price action locally, 40, 50k, probably more towards the 50, and observe what happens there. On the high time frame, we bounced on the 382 at 24k, which does increase probabilities a little bit for a B and a C, because 382 is a B target, less common for 2, more common for B. So the impulse that we now have to the upside on the high time frame, which means the daily, because the question is, you can go through the high time frame cycle macro high time frame video to answer the question, or go to the beginning of this stream. So I just talk about it, but don't show it, because then I have to open all the folders and everything. And we did the analysis at the beginning. So on the high time frame on the daily, a wave C and a wave 3 have the same structure. It's both an impulse. So it's the retracement that will be most important. And also, how high does this move still go? We're now at 46, but how high do we go, right? On the lower time frames here, bullish continuation has a higher probability till the moment this low gets hit. The moment price takes this low before hitting the 886 here, probabilities increase for neutral. Well, actually, the probabilities become neutral. Probabilities increase for neutral. That doesn't make sense, right? So then the probabilities become neutral. If you take this low first, before the 886, probabilities on the local low time frame, 4 hour, 1 hour, become neutral because we need to wait for more information. If the 886 is touched first before taking the low, probabilities are higher for whatever comes after to then take the high here. And there you go. Hi Kun. Today you drink a lot. You have to drink more if you always talk so much. I know. Keep my my voice sharp. No. Great. I need 22. You ship to Leiden, the Netherlands. Shit, I'm too far behind to know what this was about again. Oh my god. What's up, Mark? I saw your Discord message, by the way. Man, I'm so ignorant. I read it last night when I was on the couch chilling with my fiance, but I didn't reply on anything because we were chatting as well. But I was reading some stuff. But yeah, might be necessary soon. It's crazy to think that nowadays, if the stream turns on, it's standard 100 plus people here. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, it's 1 p.m. European time. Probably most of the people are, at least in Europe, should be working. Like, holy moly. What are all of you up to? Maybe at work you have a multi-screen setup and you have your earphones in and your boss walks past, right? And then you're like doing your email, but in the background you hear Koen talking about, oh, what's happening on Bitcoin. Currently 69K. I'm not looking for a flat. So for me, the 69K has a higher probability than the 64. What's up, Hasta la Vista Barbie? How you doing, man? More bearish CVD on Bybit? Yeah, it just keeps building. So, but important is now that blue is also moving up. So, not yet showing bearish CVD though. I mean, on the 3 minute. But also in a strong trend, CVD has a higher probability of being leading. So that's why I want more confirmation. We have 886 touches, both at the high and the low. We have both bullish and bearish CVD. So it kind of like neutralizes things. So I prefer to be patient and then wait for the things that I mentioned. So people is actually a thing as well. At the moment, I don't do altcoins this stream. I'm also mainly focused on Bitcoin, really. But an altcoin, a big altcoin stream is coming up. I will write it in the title. It will not be Bitcoin Elliott Wave. It will be full altcoin fiesta. That is what we're going to do. It's going to be 5 or 6 hours of altcoins, and we're going to go through a lot of alts. It's going to be fun. Any Duke? I don't know any Duke yet. But do you believe in Elliott Waves? It says moves in 5 ways, but the market moves in continuous way. Should we believe and apply to our trading? I see. Everything. Elliott Waves it's just the strategy. The moment you are going to use it differently, it's going to be your own strategy. Like if you're going to change stuff. So, do I believe in Elliott Waves? Yes, I use it 3 times a day in my YouTube videos as well. And you can see how and that's also what I try to explain in videos. You can see the probabilities and what they're based on. You can see how probabilities change whenever certain highs or lows or things are taken. And the power of patience at the same time as well. Oh, absolutely. Do I believe? Yep. And also moving in 5 waves. A continuous wave is not the right term, because of course a continuous wave would be this. Well, actually, it would be this. This is a continuous wave. But in Elliott waves, you have this. Right? We can count it. So, and even if you have a straight line, like on a weekly time frame or a monthly time frame, look, this looks very straight. But then we go to the lower time frames to assess where are we, right? And then we go to the weekly, right? And then we go to the daily. And then we go, you know what I mean? And then we go to lower time frames to assess the probabilities. And on each time frame, you can count 5 waves. So an impulse on the monthly has 5 waves on the daily. And on the daily, if you see a daily impulse and you would zoom in, there's going to be 5 waves again on the 4 hour or the 1 hour. And then on the 1 or 4 hour, if you have an impulse, you go back to the 15 and you will count 5 waves. So that's how Elliott waves is also very much related to time at the same time. You always come to your own. Yes, it's a lot of work. Absolutely. It's a lot of work, but it will pay off. The infamous ETH trade. I know, right? What's this book called? It is called The Mental Game of Trading by Jared Tendler. That's a great one. What's up, Mike? Nice. Spamming the emotes. Oh, the other book was Trading in the Zone. Honestly, if you want to start working on your trading psychology, ditch Trading in the Zone and get The Mental Game of Trading first. And only the Trading in the Zone second if you think you want it. But if there's one book that will help you more, it's easy, The Mental Game of Trading. Trading in the Zone is, it's just not, I don't know. The first half is interesting, second half a bit less. But it's just not, it tells you some of the problems and things you have to do, but it doesn't tell you how you can fix your mental issues and your mental game. How can you improve? It just tells you you should do this. Okay, that's nice. Now what, right? How do I then improve over a long period of time? You won't just improve by reading, oh, I see I shouldn't revenge trade. Nice. You know, you can read that on the forum as well, or a random Facebook post. But then it's about how do I cope with it, right? So in the book, which is the Trading in the Zone, you know, the lure of trading, attraction, dangers, safeguards, right? Unwillingness to create rules. Well, we talk about rules all the time here. Failure to take responsibility, addiction to random rewards, external versus internal control. That stuff I talk about here as well. Not from the book, but just experience. But that's not really how you fix your mental game, right? That's just general info. Understanding risk, aligning your mental environment. Okay. Debugging mental software, perception learning, perception and risk, power of association. The market's fundamental characteristic. Random outcome, consistent results. It's just managing expectations. So, yeah. It's a fun book. It's nice to have. But if you would ask me which of the two is nice to have, which one is a must-have, I would choose The Mental Game of Trading every day. It helped me. I had Trading in the Zone first, Mental Game of Trading second, later. It has helped me much more. But you got to put work in it, right? Say in both, like, that's the thing. Trading in the Zone doesn't give you a real step-by-step approach and everything, which The Mental Game of Trading does. Sorry to hear that, Crypto Aman. Sometimes, you know, take a step back. The market won't go anywhere, but read the book. Sometimes it's hard to not go all in and get those big gains. Yeah, greed. Small consistent gains will outplay the trying and get a home run. Sometimes you will get a home run based on your strategy, but it might not be the initial expectation. So for example, when we were live on YouTube recently, right? Here, we were live when price was here. Now probabilities were higher, remember? to take this low. We were looking for the low to be taken. And then to observe the reaction. But we have no idea that it was going to be a move like this, because who does? We don't know. No one knows, right? We were up there. But this is how a short trade based on probabilities and then observing what happens locally can give you a big trade, even though the expectation was different. Well, actually, yeah, the expectation was take the low, observe the reaction, but then there was no reaction and we just continued dumping, and it's like, okay, that's nice. You know, give me more. And then we were at the low of the range and we bound there. Yo, what's up, Vissa? How you doing, man? Martin van Huyzer sold his business a while ago now, right? But good to have you here. Don't mind me, it's not my stream. It's all your stream. Everyone is participating. Self-employed. It's like BNR Radio. Yeah. I'm also self-employed since 2018. This is my... I'm now self-employed for 5.5 years with my own business. Good morning. Good morning. Afternoon, actually. Belgium and Portugal, renovating house and listening. Nice, Scolopendra. Belgium and Portugal. Makes me think. We are looking to relocate at a given moment as well to the south of France or Spain, maybe even Portugal. One is also my fiance. We'll probably be able to do more real estate stuff in Spain, Portugal area, but also mainly for the weather. Yeah, I wonder if anyone, so let me know. And if you do let me know here. Where is it? If you moved from a rainy country to a sunshine country, why and how is it? Oh, wait, Mark. Damn it, I still have to reply to you, my friend. You're from South Africa. My fiance is as well. Naisna. I drove past Naisna. She's from Cape Town. Garden route. Very, very nice. But yeah, let me know. I'd be curious. And then we can chat about that after the stream as well. Curious. Job is for suckers. I would actually disagree with a job is not good, or because, you know, some people just love their job. And that's good. In the end, we need people that have a job as well, you know, economy-wise. But some people love their job. They love what they're doing. They're adding their 2 cents to you know, whatever their purpose is, and they love it. If you want to start a business, having a job at the beginning is also very good, because you have a stable form of income. You try and build your business in the weekends, early morning, and the evenings. And when things start moving, you can slowly downgrade on your job and upgrade time for your personal business. Or you work your job, save for 6 months. Usually that's the recommended period. You save money to sustain yourself for at least 6 months. You quit the job, you try to build a business in those 6 months. If it doesn't work, there's always another job you can get. But, you know, entrepreneurship has certain benefits, but of course also a certain, what's the opposite of a benefit? Like, you know, not nice things. Because I am not working a 9 to 5, eh? I am working a 6:30, 6:15 till 7, 8 p.m. Sometimes 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. depending if I do stuff with Diamond. But I love what I do. And some people love what they do at their job. Now I have different companies and stuff that is going on, but I never planned to be an entrepreneur. It just happened to be that way. It's of course very cliche, but I was studying to become a doctor. That was my background is a medical student. I was at university at the University of Amsterdam. I was living across the road from the hospital, so that if I could get a call or someone would come in, I would jump to the hospital, you know, in the middle of the night or whatnot. I had my night shifts. That was my past. But then outside of university, I was involved with the gaming and esports industry since 2006. And eventually that industry which grew over time, which I didn't expect, but it gave me certain positions and a network that eventually gave me the opportunity to make my hobby my work, which meant starting my own business, which is what I did in 2018. I don't have an entrepreneurial family. I was the first to get out, and yeah, and now we have a YouTube channel as well, which also wasn't planned, but you know, life happens. Here we are. So, and being a doctor, like, man, surgery is amazing. Of course, there's also doctors that don't like their job, just like there's an accountant and whatever. It doesn't matter what you do. There's many people that don't like their job, but you have a choice. And it's not easy to make choices when you have to sustain a family, pay for the house, pay for food. And if you don't like what you do, then at least try to make a plan and spend hours in the weekends, the evenings, and the early mornings working on your way out of your job. Or apply for a job which is more into your field. 52%, I believe, of the Dutch people do not work in a area that they studied for. How about that for a statistic? I think I can even find it. Let me see if I can find it. It's like 50, 52 something. Oh, 59. So 15, so for the not Dutch people here. Let's first say it in Dutch. Ruim 59% van de Nederlanders doet totaal ander werk dan waarvoor zij zijn opgeleid. Onderzoek van de Nationale Vacaturebank. 528, misschien niet te veel, maar... So 59%, I would lower the number just a bit because of the data. But based on the Nationale Vacaturebank, which is a big company in the Netherlands, which does stuff with applying for jobs and, 59%, but let's say 52, 50% of the Dutch people is doing completely different work than they studied for. Interesting statistic. Very interesting. So, work from home. You probably deserve the crowd. It's up to you. Look, it's very easy in a way. You guys, because I say guys, but I'm actually talking to one person on the other side of my webcam here. You decide based on what I give on YouTube if it's worth following or not, right? In the end, YouTube is very much a feedback platform that if people value what you give, they support. Either they continue viewing or they might sub or all that stuff. And I try to listen to your feedback as well all the time. So as long as you guys are happy, I'm happy, and I will try to improve things. I got an email from Funny. I don't know if Funny is here, but Funny sent me an email. Like she or he, Funny, I should just say Funny. Funny is the reason that I give probabilities at the end of my videos. And I'm always asking, hey, if you have feedback, can I improve anything? Just let me know. And Funny sent me another email with some thoughts as well, which is interesting. So can you talk about the indicators you have on the screen right now? These are no indicators. This is a Fibonacci. This is a horizontal, just a line. So Fibonacci here, that is this tool in my favorite bar. It's called Fib Retracement. You will find it here. Then the horizontal line, which is this one, horizontal ray, which you can find over here. Alt J apparently, it's a shortcut. And then it's just a box. But the box here is a 5-minute order block. That's the reason why it's on my chart. And that is just a square. So it's just a rectangle, which you can find. Where do you even find rectangles? I don't even know. Somewhere on the right as well. Oh, here. And if I do use one indicator, it is CVD. This one. And you can check it out by either looking for the video on my YouTube channel, CVD, which I recommend, or you go to Discord, link in the description, go to Good to Know, and then you have the website, AGGR. You can also tick it in your browser now. Template, my template is here, and a one-pager on how you can use it, and the link to the video if you want to see the video where I explain stuff in more detail. Blauw bullish, geel bearish, neutralized. Ja, klopt. At the moment, I don't really have a preference for the CVD. Look, the bearish CVD is a second CVD. So the first one here played out. Price moved down. Nice. Went back up. So you have a second CVD now with the same pivot, the second time. Usually a bit lower probabilities. And then we have the bullish CVD here. But both at the low and the high, we have an 886 touch as well. Price moved up and down and up. 886 was touched. Down, up, down, 886 was touched. So it kind of neutralizes, in the context of the range, it would be neutral. Do you see the World Championship trading? You mean the Bybit one, I guess. It's funny how it has such a big name as well. But I don't really follow too much like the championship per se. I also think the championship can induce very aggressive trading with very high risk instead of mindful trading. Of course, you can participate, but then try to stick to your plan, because probably at the end of day one there's going to be groups that are going to be like 500% in the plus. But you're doing the conversational part in your streams really well, players. Pure technical alpha. Thanks, CDM. CDMs is also one of the people that have been here very, very early on. Dawson, TRB, also welcome. Good to have you here. I don't do altcoins at the moment. An altcoin stream will come. I remember the last move. It was a bit uncertain unless you had got in clearly. 45k was a bit weird, but that would have worked in your favor. This one here. You mean? So when price was ranging here, we were talking about either this high or this low taken first. This low or this high taken first. If the high gets taken, we're going to be looking for price moving up. It turned out well. Now we're at resistance, and we wait patiently here as well now. We didn't really have the action, like too much action yet, unfortunately. I have a question actually for you as well. I have a question. So usually I upload 3 times a day if it's a video, right? 7 a.m., 1 p.m., 7 p.m. Central European time. Now I'm live. Imagine I stop the live stream and then in 2 hours, price has a mega dump or bump or whatever. Would you then like to see me go live again, even though I was live earlier? Or would you just be like, yeah, just wait till 7 p.m. and give an update? I mean, of course, it's your choice. You don't have to watch if I go live if you're like, it's too much. I don't know. I'm just wondering if for example, price dumps, would you be interested in, hey, we're going to observe what happens together. We're going to look at price. And or are you more like, yeah, 3 times a day is enough? Yeah, quite interested. Can you please explain on this range? How would you see the count regarding the beginning of today? How would you see the count regarding the beginning of today? And the next touch, 886, since it looked to me ABC up to 47k, not impulsive structures. Well, of course, an ABC is similar to an impulse, but it depends on your 4 versus continuation down. ABC or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or even 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? If we look at this being a triangle. And then it depends on the local range, yes. which I explained at the beginning of the video, you have an 886 touch here and an 886 touch here. So these like neutralize one another. This looks very three-wavy, right? If we are looking for the high to be in a wave C, and we look for, yes, and then we look for a bigger wave C to the downside for lows below 40K basically. We want to see impulsive structures to the downside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 impulse doesn't work because of all the overlap. So then we have to think about diagonals or double 1-2s. In a diagonal, preferably we are then looking for zigzags. ABC, correction. ABC, correction. ABC, then a wave 2, move down. Reason I would look for zigzags is because of this here. If we look for a diagonal, right? You can have two sorts of diagonals. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, boom. Lol. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your wave 1, 3, and 5 can be an impulse or a zigzag. Waves 2 and 4 have to be a zigzag in a leading diagonal. However, if this is your wave 2, we have a problem. This can be a zigzag. But then what is this? If we are looking for a diagonal, which is a 5, 3, 5, we have a bit of a problem because then we need a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but then you have a truncated fifth, which is rare. So therefore, this being a 1 or an 1, 2, 3 for me has lower probabilities for than a 4 and a 5. So I would then prefer a diagonal, which is a three-wave zigzag. A, B, ending here, C. Right? And then we have zigzag, and then you're looking for another ABC. But then you want to see the low taken. And that is what basically is the conclusion of the analysis at the beginning, is if price takes this low before hitting the 886, probabilities become neutral because we want to observe what price does, right? There's more bearish potential, but they go from bullish to neutral. It can still be wave 4, but it's less ideal. If you had the 886 first, probabilities increase that whatever happens after the highs will be taken sooner or later. Pleasure, Manivisius. Welcome here as well. I think that's your first message, actually. I'm used a fuchsia flower. I wish going to 0. Oh, I wish it goes to -100. DK's SAO, what's up? How you doing? From Spain, Philippines. You want 4 seasons. I mean, at the moment we have, I like 4 seasons. Yeah, I like a winter, but the winter in the Netherlands is a different winter than, winter in like the south of France and stuff. Today, however, it is a beautiful day. It's cold, but it's a beautiful day now. Affordability is more important than the weather. I mean, it depends on your income and your money, of course. But if you take that out, you can always find a place. The Netherlands, where I live, that's not a cheap country. So pretty much any other country is on par with the Netherlands pretty much, or cheaper. So, not really. And then it depends on how much money do you actually have. So we don't really look at affordability. It's more like, lifestyle, I suppose. Best thing we ever did, great weather is good for the mental. Yeah, I've heard about that. Absolutely. Man, I'm so far behind again. Let me go quick here. Oh boy. Let me read it quickly. Portugal Paradise. The job dignifies the man. Cape Town. What's up, Donovan? I'll be in Cape Town again in March, by the way, for my Cape Townian friends here. Might see you. Maybe. We can do a hike together. Table Mountain. Laurent Philippard. Came in the stream. Can you give an update on your drawings? Well, I actually just did with the local range, funny enough. But welcome, Laurent. You humbled my view. Everyone is allowed to have their own view, of course. But it's never one better than the other, I suppose. Entrepreneurial advisor. Not really my... maybe one day for youth, Disadvantages. Thank you, Donovan. That was indeed the word I was looking for. What's up, Ave Medina? How you doing? Entrepreneurship. And you have a distraction. Family, friends, health, eating. And sports. Don't forget sports as well. Dr. Koons. Exactly. I even have a picture where I was playing video games in the surgery room. Of course, not with a patient laying there, by the way, but it was for a photo shoot. 45k incoming. Possibly we remain patient, see if the low gets taken on the 886 first. Doctors are great and so neat, however, they have the lowest lifespan average. Yeah, it's a hard job as well. Every job serves as experience in life. In your case, Koons, a medical, so you turn it. Yeah, in a way. Like the thing is, as a professional gamer in the past, my hand-eye coordination was ideal for surgery. So it actually was tested in the Amsterdam hospital. And my hand-eye coordination is a lot better than the average surgeon. So of course for surgery, which is my typical or my favorite thing in medicine is surgery. I love open heart surgeries. I still have connections to do open heart surgeries. I'm not sure what YouTube thinks, but oh boy, we like it. Coronaire chirurgie. Coronaire are like the little veins that support your heart of blood. And man, there's so much great stuff. I got this folder because I was at an open heart surgery. You know? Or this folder is like a little book, right? Man, I love open heart surgery. It's the best. But they reduce it because of, you know, medically it's best to keep things closed for infections and stuff. But it's so fascinating. The human body is amazing. But yeah, my high-end hand-eye coordination, I mean, gaming, not really trading, of course, but the communication you need as a doctor can be implemented everywhere as well. So, yeah, YouTube is very much communication, right? And being a global keynote speaker is also communication, which is what I do as well. I'm a speaker. So I'm speaking on YouTube. I'm a global keynote speaker as well, right? Another business, like educational wise, which has courses online and stuff, is also speaking. So a lot of speaking. Thanks, DK. Totally worth it. Keep doing it. Appreciate it, guys. Hikun Lotajan was wondering if you have discounts for combat veterans. Oh, I can't do any discounts on YouTube. That's the thing. YouTube does not have any options for discounts in general. Welcome, by the way. But yeah, on YouTube, it's just, yeah, it's just, also another thing is on YouTube with the memberships that if you want to change the price of something, you have to remove the whole membership level, which means everyone that's in there will immediately go out, which of course is an issue because they don't have access to the stuff that they want. So yeah, usually it's like you set it and forget it, kind of. It's almost like trading, I suppose. But yeah, send me a message. I don't know. I can't do anything on YouTube though. Maybe you already did. I don't know. On the brush, mate. On the brush. What's up, Watty? By the way, thank you for your service, Luis Rivera, as well. I think that's important that we should say that as well. I think that's always nice to, you know. My cousin is in the army as well. Roberto Pinto, good morning. Hi, Koens. Take a look on the DXY. Is it tanking? Well, I mean, it moved up for most of the day, so we remain patient. It's quite a move. Yeah, interesting. It's definitely tanking on a higher time frame. Locally is a bit of a recovery, quote unquote, but yeah, we'll see what it does there. Of course, it does support Bitcoin having a bit of a move to the upside as well. Wait, what's that dot? This dot here. Ta-da! Okay, let me be quick because I'm behind on all you guys. You guys write so much, I can't keep up. Love your channel. Could you go on the 5-wave structure XYZ? 5-wave structure XYZ. Oh, WXYXZ. So while we keep an eye on price, because it's interesting, of course, there's two WXYXZ. WXYXZ, which is the horizontal version, right? Where you are looking for W and Y to be either a zigzag or a flat. X can be anything, and Z can also be a triangle, flat, or zigzag. And then you have the triple zigzag WXYXZ, so triple zigzag, which means all the waves are zigzag family structures. In a triple zigzag, your common target is always going to be the zigzag targets. So the 1 to the 1.236 trend-based fib extension, right? That's going to be your target area. So if you have a triple zigzag, let's say to the upside, and you have your first move in, and then you get a second, this move up will have zigzag targets, meaning the 1 to the 1.236 and arguably the 1.618. Then you get a move down again and a move up, right? So triple zigzag, quite simple. In a sideways corrective structure, your wave Y is quite similar to your wave W in like the 1-to-1, typically. And yeah, all the waves are related also between the 1 to the 1.236 commonly. The 0.618 can also be one sometimes. And it's just very sideways. This is your perfect ranging structure. Trade the range until it breaks. That's it in a nutshell, I suppose. I guess it explains it in a nutshell, yeah. Of course, there's a lot more detail. But, yeah. Triple zigzag. You look for a sharp move, right? WXYXZ sharp. All the waves have to be zigzag family structures. Horizontal WXYXZ. You can have a combination of different structures, as mentioned. And the relationship with both, with the triple zigzag, is the 1 to the 1.236 trend-based fib extension. And in the horizontal move, it is commonly between the 1 and the 1.236, and less common is the 0.618. Prefer you go live, I see. Yeah, this was my question. I'm not sure it would depend on free time mood. If I want to see your analysis because I was uncertain. Yeah, I can imagine. Company during price action is always welcomed. Yeah, I should keep that in mind. Go live. Okay, great plan. Also, basically, just give it. Yeah, I should give it a try a couple of weeks. Also, it depends on if I have time. Yesterday, of course, price pushed last night here. But I want to spend time with my fiance. I was in the gym as well. She's also there. It's almost like I'm going to marry to all of you. I mean, that sounds weird, no? But you know what I mean. It's time management. But I try to go live if there's fun moves happening on the chart. Of course, we might actually catch one. I've learned the most from live session. Wait. Learned the most from live sessions. Where was it? Enjoy the streams. That's good to hear. Live chat as well. I think many people love live engagement as well because of the communication, asking questions. People can learn more. While also we've done the analysis at the beginning, so it's like you already have the typical video kind of thing, but then you also have afterwards the questions and stuff. Yeah. To a bit of success. That's good, as well as Forex, then I can imagine, Steve. But that's nice. I love hearing when people have their own strategies. It's so important in the industry. That's nice. I love hearing that. I think going live on Bitcoin will attract a lot of viewers. Yeah, I can imagine, but I would do it more for the, like, if there is a big dump or a big pump, of course, like people will Google more, but it's more about emotions and counts. So, for example, during the dump last week, the only reason people come in, of course, is because there's volatility, there's a dump, so emotions are there. And I think it helps when there's someone live that remains calm and then analyzes the chart with what we have, not what we hope to see, right? So I think that's an important one. What a move, by the way. We didn't hit the 886, by the way. It's still there, untouched. So the viewers it's like it's fun, of course, as a YouTube channel. But the main thing that I care about most is the quality of the content, providing people also with some peace or, emotional support in a way sometimes. Look at the probabilities, look at the scenarios, and taking it easy. So viewers will come if people like the content. They will sub. A little bit of a move in volume here, kind of a little bit out of nowhere, but the 886 is still untouched. Interestingly, no. It's like a liquidity grab here. So again, remain patient, no? Remain patient. We might have a move on our hands. It's not news yet. News was on Thursday, at least high impact. Let's see if we get a bit of a move going here. I should keep up with what you guys are writing. Elliott Waves does not work so well on the small time frames. It can work very well on the smaller time frames, but it depends on the skill level, I think, more. So it really depends on what's your skill level in Elliott Waves. Oh, look, we took the low, everyone. Took a bit of time. And there we go. So what happened? We took the low first before hitting the 886, which now means we are very calmly going to observe what happens, right? What a move. High volume coming in as well. All the bells are ringing. Makes me think, did we actually hit the 0.618 here? Yes, we did. So that would invalidate a lower degree wave 4. And then we have to think in bullish scenarios about a 2 or a higher degree wave 4. Won't be the first time that happens. I remember one time, also in June, where we had a wick and then it reversed. So this is where patient comes in, no? We remain very patient and price will show us that way. Let's go to chat. Let me be quick here. Currently don't do alts though. It's always nice if you feel like when there's action on the chart. Well, there's definitely action now. Do you have any discount? Oh wait, yeah, I answered the question. Dump the rubbish. What game? Trackmania. I have an aversion to blood. Not being a doctor for you. FPS, I've done that as well. Call of Duty, getting bloody 321. Oh, it did get bloody. I was going to college to be a physician's assistant, PA. Not checking waves at the moment. Physician assistant, same industry. Thank you very much. Look forward to join. Send me a message, mate. Steve, my letter is at a small trend reversal to the downside. Alts are bleeding. Yeah. Happens with the pump. No, man, my first time watching live. What a guy. I usually just watch the videos while I'll try to learn a bit, but so inspirational advice, outright useful. Thanks, Donovan, man. Welcome here as well. Welcome to your first live experience. Glad to have you here. So yeah, this guy. BT, look at him. Okay, do you use Bookmap? No, at the moment not. I don't know what it is as well, actually. What is Bookmap? Mary all of us? Maybe if you throw me some satoshis. I know. Gotta pay you out. Sleep in the middle? Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. One of us is going to sleep on the ground, I think. Remember this for DXY. News. ETHBTC would be 886. untouched. Yes, we don't want to. So we'll get into the analysis in a second of what this now means, because we also hit the 618. So this is interesting now. Did you manage to get it, Robot? Hi, Kunz. Why you only concentrate on Bitcoin? Don't like alts? Oh, I like alts. No problem with alts. But because of my schedule, I prefer to focus. Less is more for me. So one pair, one strategy, one coin, just, one, and just focus on one thing. It helps the best for me. Oh, the exact date, I wouldn't be able to say. That's a very difficult pronunciation. Or what the hell? Estimation. Okay, so now that we have a little bit of action, this is very interesting. We have support bouncing on the order block here, right? But what is interesting now is that this wick is too deep for a 4, which means that in a bullish scenario, you're looking for a 1, 2, and then a 3, okay? So let's get through this. We took the low first before hitting the 886. This is your 618 that is hit. So a lower degree wave 4 is not what we're looking for anymore. That would invalidate it, which means the bullish scenario would now be a 2 up for a 3. We had this once before. I think, what did we hit? The 382 now? Let's have a look here. Standard. Yeah, we hit the 382. And a scenario where this happened before, which I remember very, very well, was in June. Let me show you. It was this wick here. You can go to lower time frames to check. I don't know, maybe I can see it on the 30. While I keep an eye on my other chart on my other screen. Can we go back that far? Yes. Remember this wick, everyone, for the ones that were in the market, right? That's the bullish scenario, basically, no? We observe the reaction. That's important. So now that price locally has hit the 618, probabilities are now lower for this being a wave 4, because the 618 is a very, very rare target for a 4, right? So then we can turn that one off, which means that in a bullish environment, you're either now looking for a 3, 4, 5, which would be the less bullish one, or you have 1, 2, and then you move to the upside, right? In a wave 3. This would be now, switching things, the preferred bullish between the two compared to this one. And in the bearish scenario, you want to look for continuation to the downside, as you're going to be looking for impulsivity. Based on the price action that we have locally here, though. So this is the bearish scenario. But now you have this. Wait, that's not possible. So then we need to do that. Just quickly adjusting the chart here. Sorry. I think your second 2 is longer than your first. Yeah. So the second 2 being longer than the first 2 does lower the probabilities a little bit for a double 1, 2. The bearish CVD divergences have now played out as well. The 886 played out as well. Yeah. gonna talk about bearish structures. I need to see if we can have continuation here, because it still looks very corrective. It's not like we had continuation to the downside, if you know what I mean, right? An immediate pump back up. So either impulse, too much overlap for a diagonal, very impulsive for a diagonal. But then this is your first structure. That's not too nice for then a diagonal. So a diagonal gets low, and also it would be okay. In a diagonal you want a zigzag in two. So if this would be a zigzag, this already by itself is a three-wave structure. So you need a WXY in that case. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So still on the cards, and then you have the 1-2s. But with your second wave 2 is a lot longer in time than your first wave 2, which lowers the probabilities a bit. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. But probability-wise, with the range and the move back in the range, probabilities would still be higher to see higher prices. But remaining patient, that's what we said, no? Now that the low got taken first, before hitting the 886, probabilities become neutral, and we have to observe the reaction, which is what we do now. We had this one on. Where's the other one? Oh yeah, and the box. So price did not hit the 886, move down instead, right? Hit the order block, found support, continue to observe the reaction, no? What's happening here? Might be some 1 minute bear CVD. You want to see this invalidated, lower high on price, higher high on the CVD. That's bearish CVD locally here. To invalidate this, you have to take the high. For a double 1-2, if we look bearish, it's important to take this high and hit the 886 again. Same in a diagonal. So that would be your invalidation of bearish scenarios here. Taking that one. We're not in the market to YOLO, FOMO, or catch nice. We're in this market to slowly observe what price does and reassess probabilities. No? Taking it easy. And trade with a plan. Don't trade on emotion, because it's going to kick your ass. ETF rumors again, potentially. I actually don't know. I think now flat is more likely to 41.6. That is indeed that's when you want to see the continuation, yeah, in that scenario. So we also have the bearish CVDs locally. We now took the low. Let's zoom out a little. Now that price took the low here, probabilities are neutral. It hit the low before the 886, so we now observe. If price can catch this high, we look for up, and then up can be big up. Because you're going to be looking for this to be an impulsive structure. Could always still be an ABC, but I mean, we're not yet thinking about that, okay? I'm throwing with scenarios because I have them all in my head, but I can't just put them all on stream. But yeah, this impulse is now invalidated. Local. I'll remove this. Remove that. Remove that. Oh wait, that's other stuff. Your 618 has been hit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, like your 1, 2, 1, 2 here, and then 3, 4, 5. That one is now invalidated for me. Let's see. The bigger pool, yeah, you hit the 382, not yet the 05. But even for this wave 2, you're already having a very, very long corrective structure as well now. Yeah, this now, if this would be your 3 and this is your 4 higher degree, you didn't hit the 0.618, but this wave 4 would then be 5 times longer than your wave 2. And there's a reason why my vertical line is red, no? Lowers the probabilities. It almost hit the 0.5, which is fine for a 4. It's just that the time is not really on its side. So that's why I remove that scenario where the preferred now bullish scenario, or bearish in both cases, right, becomes this being a 5-wave finish structure where you have an extended 5. This is highest volume in your top is more wave C-ish than impulse-ish, because an extended 5 is not too common for an impulse. Highest amount of volume in the high is very C-wave-ish, right? As well. Let's track it with the deep targets. Bum, bum. Yeah, you're in your target area for a wave C. If you use that low and if you use this low, you just missed out. Bullish CVDs keep building, no? Locally on the 1 minute. The first one played out, lower high on price, higher high on yellow. This little low got taken here. Second CVD now. Small bullish one. It's just ranging now. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So it looks like a 3-wave structure, no? On the 1 minute. Very short for an ABC though. Could be a 4 as well still. Because your C, if this would be a 3-waver, ABC, your C is very short on a 1 minute time frame. It didn't hit the common target area at all, which is up here at the 886 area. So we should not underestimate the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But to invalidate the bearish CVD, you need to take this high here. And so that's that. What's that? Which now means this now becomes my alternative bullish scenario. This is a very short wave 3. Unless you get another extended 5 like a blow off top. Still have this one here. It is a 382 bounce. So that's a bit more common for a 4 than a 2 though. The bearish scenario, because of this wave 5, generally has lower probabilities because of the expanding structure in 5 for then an ABC. You already grabbed the liquidity here of the previous range as well. And then you want to see a wave C to the downside, but that means you want to see impulsive structures here on the lower time frames to the downside, which can only now be either double 1-2s or a diagonal. Of course, the most bearish one is a double 1-2 followed by a 3, no? Which then leads us to this scenario. 1-2, 1-2, you're going to look for a 3. You have another 1-2 here and then a move down. Take the low. Invalidation taking the high, right? Very clear. If price moves up, takes this high, probabilities for upside, no? Increase. Let me keep this one on. But we're not there. We're not at the high. No? And here, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, you want to see, of course, a wave 3 continuation here and in a diagonal. Let me do a bit of measurements here. It's not an ideal diagonal. Oh wait, that's okay. Because of, if this is your diagonal here, this is your 1. This is a deep one as well. It's going to be a steepy. Sorry for not looking at the chat, but of course we're doing a bit of analysis. Probably the reason you're here. It's not a great looking one, mainly because of this 2 here. 1, and then your 2 in a diagonal should be a zigzag. So you can have a zigzag 1, and then a W, X, and then a Y. And then you move down. So this would then be 1, this would then be 2. But your wave 3 also has to be a 3-wave structure. But now we reach the target area for a wave 3 in a... Wait a minute. What am I doing? I'm talking about a diagonal, but your wave 3 is already longer than your wave 1, which lowers the probabilities of a diagonal. Duh. So trend-based shape taken from the high to the low and put on the high, the wick past the 1-to-1, lowering the probabilities of a diagonal, because a contracting diagonal, most commonly wave 3 does not go below wave 1 or is not longer than wave 1. Besides, we don't really have a 3-wave, solid 3-waver here. Unless you have an A, B, C here, but then still it's longer, right? You can have a W, wait, that's a possible, W, X, Y finished. Yeah, there's the potential there for a W, X, Y, zigzag, A, B, C, A, B, C, A, B, C. Sharp move up, right? We're going to keep an eye on this high, no? Think about June, no? Think about June, what I showed earlier. So a diagonal doesn't look good because this move down or this move down is longer than your wave 1, which is this structure here also, right? Because it got triggered. It doesn't invalidate a contracting diagonal. It just lowers the probabilities. And then you have the double 1, 2, right? Where you then have 1, 2, 1, 2, and you want to go down in a 3. Invalidation is here. So in other words, taking this high increases probabilities for price to move to the upside. A diagonal is low probabilities, an impulse is low probabilities, which then leaves the double 1, 2. And in the double 1, 2 here, which would be also a preferred scenario if you look for a very deep C, your wave 2 here is longer than your higher degree wave 2. So this is your higher degree wave 2. This is your lower degree wave 2, because in green we look for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then inside the green 3, we look for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Preferably, that 2 is in. No, we don't want to see the high taken. And not another 886 hit. The fact that price here hit the 886 increases the probabilities this move to the downside is a wave C or a wave Y. Because the moment the 886 is touched, this is just general probabilities. The moment an 886 is touched, probabilities increase for this high to be a wave B or a wave X instead of a wave 2. Lower probabilities for a wave 2. Right? Which therefore increases the probabilities to take the highs at a given moment, sooner or later. It just lowers the probabilities of the double 1, 2. Because of the 886 touch. It's all probabilities, taking this high here would give more confidence, no? We're not there yet. We're hanging at 46.6. So we just remain patient there, but yeah, this is important. And your wave 2 is also longer than your first wave 2. So your lower degree wave 2 is bigger in time than your higher degree. Well, usually you want your higher degree waves to be longer. Your blue one is also larger in price than your green wave one. So you can see that the probabilities for bearish scenarios are still lower than the bullish ones. But a bit more confirmation would be taking this high here, no? I guess we can agree on that. So we just see what price does. Locally, the bearish CVD divergences have now been invalidated. Right, price moved up now, took this high. This might be a little June. It might just be a very little June. Where's chat? What's up, chat? How you doing? Sorry if we're jumping in the charts for a second, but of course, you know, things happen. So we got to pay attention to what is happening, no? And do a little bit of analysis. So yeah, there you go. Probabilities. Let's keep that high here on the chart. And let's see if the probabilities play out. Right. These are, wait, of course, basically it's this what we're watching for now. So we just remain patient. How deep is this now, retracement? From the high to the low? Another 886. Almost. It just missed out on hitting the 886 there. So we remain patient. Where's my box? Put that one on again, and that one as well. What's up, chat? How you doing? What's going to be... Oh yeah, so we answered that question. Pumping and dumping. Pump, dump, pump. Could it be a blue count 0.5? Yes. Sorry. Are we going back below 20k anytime soon? Not any... I mean, that depends on your soon, but if we are like macro probabilities, right? Still pretty neutral. We just observe more local price action. And yeah, we generally still look for higher prices on the medium and higher time frames. So 20k is not anytime soon, at least. Less is more, but you could cover layer 1 alts top 5. Yeah, but I don't think you understand how much time it takes to do good Elliott Wave counts. Doing 5 charts on a single morning for videos, so 5 videos about, or 1 video, but about 5 charts. Each chart will take at least 15, 30, sometimes 1 hour, depending on how much has changed overnight. So you can imagine what it does to my time. Not to forget that YouTube, what I do here is in between my own business, right? I'm a keynote speaker, so that is easy. But I also run an educational business still, something else, right? In the gaming and esports industry. And of course, I you know, have other stuff regarding also YouTube with the members and stuff to do. So I just don't have the time to cover alts on a daily basis, or also in live streams. Bitcoin is the main thing on the channel. The channel is focused on Bitcoin. That's the niche. And I think less is more in the channel is focused on Bitcoin. If I would do daily updates about other alts, I would make a whole new channel. I will not put it on the same one. However, it takes a lot of time to do good Elliott waves. Instead of just saying up or down, you want to have all the arguments and then provide that in the video so that people understand what's happening and why, especially. So yeah, I will do a big alt stream coming up on the channel, this one, right? Where we, for 5 or 6 hours, we're going to do alts, but not just yet. I will announce it in the community page on YouTube and in Discord as well, because we are planning it. So, what's up, Shangy? Bullflare, I'm so lucky I'm not in pursuing Bitcoin. I'd be so confused right now. I can imagine. What's up, Pete? How you doing? Lucky Gupta? What you don't understand, my friend? Hi, Dr. Koons. What's up, Asanov? Will you make a tutorial on Fibonacci? On Fibonacci? What, you mean like how you use it? Because you always use it from the left to the right. Whatever pull you do, you always pull it from a pivot left to right. And then from a high to low, or from a low to high, if you're looking for support, from a low to a high. If you're looking for resistance, from a high to a low. And from regarding Elliott Wave, where's the website? If you talk about Elliott Wave targets, I would recommend this website, which is in the description. It's the bit.ly link called Elliott Wave Detailed. Not affiliated, it's just a public page that I use to learn Elliott Waves myself. And it's very, very educational. Lots of information as well, where you can see also targets and stuff for the waves. So I can definitely recommend that one, which is in the description. I pressed on Atas, so I actually quickly have to see where accidentally Atas is now going to open, on what screen. I have 2 screens. It's always a guess. Where is Atas opening now? Okay. It's opening on my other screen. There we go. Removed it. Koens, highest yearly close for Bitcoin is 46.2. 46.2 could be an interesting number. Absolutely. Then we're now above 46.2. That is the yearly level. Yes, that is correct. Which is, where is it? This level here, the yearly 46.2. So these are the additional support resistance areas that I keep an eye on, as shown in the previous video, of course. Especially this one, the blue one here, right? Weekly naked point of control, shown when price was ranging, and we got a bit of a move during the live stream here, right? Yearly, weekly naked point of control, blue box number 1. If we can clear that one, I'll be looking for blue box 2, 48.7, 49. No? If we move to the downside, I look for support at 44.3, 45.3 first. Big drop coming. 2 mods. What's up, F1 Crypto? Yikes, we all wanted Wall Street flavor, but $1,000 moves stop hunts. Yeah, it's a nice little wick here, no? Oh wait, of course with the, no, the analysis at the beginning is still valid. We just updated a little bit just now. Here for the red wicks. What's up, Video Kingdom? How you doing? Welcome back. Do you use order flow? Nope. I used it in the past and read a bit, but it's not really for me. Do you think time frames feed up or down? Do you think, what do you mean, Robot? Time frames feed up or down? Vega to me, the big 3 coming in the next 4 hours. Potentially, yeah, you still have the potential 1-2-1-2 unless you take the high here, right? That's your invalidation. So the fact that price now moved down first and hit the 618 at least invalidates an impulse in a 1-2. Oh, my magnet is on. 1-2-1-2, 3-4-5-4-5. This one is now invalidated. Your wave 4 is too deep. But the fact that price here ended on high volume is very, very wave C-ish, right? Or you have an extended 5 impulse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ending on higher volume. But even there, let's see. Okay, well, okay, yeah. So an extended 5th. but it removes the bullish scenario where you have a 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 4 5 because you hit the 618 now, invalidating a wave 4. So that changes the bullish scenarios, where now you want this impulse to be either a wave 1 in a 1 2 3, or it's your 3. But ending an impulse on high volume is not preferred. So that's why better be safe than sorry with the range and the price action here. Ending an impulse on high volume, usually you want to see the highest volume in a wave 3, then a 4 and a 5 to grab the high on lower volume. We never grab the high. So the fact that currently we have a move to the upside that looks impulsive, but on the highest amount of volume, yeah, as mentioned, it's very C-wave-ish behavior, no? For bullish continuation, we just want to see this high taken to invalidate a double 1-2 for a lot more downside. That's why I have the horizontal here on my chart at 47K. So I should actually go back to maybe do a little analysis from medium time frame back to the low time frame. Maybe for people that just joined as well, I think that might be a good idea as well. So we zoom out and then we zoom in again. 69 likes. Nice. For the Twitches here, right? You can write nice here. Bybit 886 is hit exactly. Here you mean just above. I want to see it on my chart as well though. Open interest got cleared. Yeah, maybe some people stopped. When should I take some? What's up, John Moran? If you are a first timer, I recommend the following. No financial advice, but this is trading advice. 1, do not put all your money in your exchange. You're not going to get rich in a day. Trading is a business where we try to be consistently profitable over a long period of time, where you become an entrepreneur, not a gambler. So start with very low money. Try to keep your tuition fees, like you're studying, as low as you can, but still have some money in the account, 5, 10, 50, $100, whatever, to try. Avoid leverage in the beginning. There's no need to use leverage in the beginning, right? First, learn trading. And this is the steps that I recommend you to take. 1, use all of the tools in TradingView first. It's a free platform, right? You can use the free tools if you want. You can pay for like whatever on TradingView. Use the free stuff first. Okay, here we go again. Yeah, the 6 steps of becoming a profitable trader. 1, try as many free tools as you can. 2, build statistics on those tools, right? Build statistics. We are not trading based on emotion, everyone. We are trading based on a edge, a statistical advantage over 100 trades. Just like in business, we are creating data and expectations to know we need to sell so many products, to have so much revenue, to have so much profit, to put so much in marketing. We're making a plan based on data, and we'll see if it works out or not. That's why we need to record this stuff, right? So try as many free tools. Don't buy random indicators and red dots and blue dots and whatnot. Use the free tools, build statistics on the tools, right? You can just use an Excel sheet. Then combine your favorite tools, right? So free tools, actually maybe step 2, like use free tools, find your favorite tools, build statistics on the tools, right? Combine the tools, combine your favorite tools together. And because you already tracked statistics, you can now have a couple of entry requirements. So you're building a strategy, right? Build statistics on the combination of the tools, because now you're building a strategy. So you want to know win rate, where to put your stop loss, what's your best risk to reward ratio, what days are most profitable, what sessions are most profitable, la-di-la-di-la-di-la, right? After you build statistics on the combination, tweak and adjust to try and improve it, right? Maybe remove something, add something, but don't tweak too much at the same time. Only tweak one, max two things and restart backtesting and recording to build up statistics again. Because if you change too much, you don't know what caused the either improvement or the worse statistics, right? You don't know what changed. What change made that happen? And then, only then, do we first start trading. In the meantime, you can try and trade a bit and test, but only then trade the strategy and the plan with a low amount of money, because now you're going to implement the statistical advantage. You're going to implement your edge in real time. So you're going to stick to your plan, which has to do with mental behavior, right? Mental game. You stick to your plan. You build so many statistics. You're going to stick to it. Trade with small budgets. And the moment you see that for testing, by actually trading the strategy, gets you similar statistics as the back testing and the stuff you did without trading, that is when you up your budget to reflect your confidence level and your savings and your lifestyle and stuff, right? Don't put all your savings in. It's not worth it. You're going to get your ass kicked. It's almost guaranteed. Start low. Don't get baited by the moon boys that Bitcoin goes to 500K and you need to jump in now in this trade because else what the blah, 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 right? You're not on a channel where the thumbnail of the channel is a face with the mouth wide open from a beach somewhere in the whatever Caribbean, trading on the phone and recording with the phone and Bitcoin goes to... No, we're collected, calm, collected, patient, disciplined traders that have a strategy, a plan, and that's what we use. We're business people. All of you guys should be entrepreneurs, right? We're entrepreneurs. That's what we're doing. You might have a job, but you're probably trading to maybe get some income. But trading is like starting a business. So attack it like you would start a business, which means it's more than just putting on a trade and clicking a button. If you do that, you don't belong in the industry, and very likely you're going to be part of the 90 or 95% that's going to lose. Because if you do not want to put time and effort into collecting statistics to build a strategy which can profit you long term, you're probably not going to even make it to 1 year or 2 years, either because your bank account is gone or you get too frustrated or, there's many reasons. Or you just like throwing money and just keep losing. But the thing is, you want to trade on statistics, a statistical advantage. If you want to know more about that, by the way, one of the first videos I ever made for Discord only was this one. Track statistics to counter emotions. If you want to, by the way, see what I track nowadays, I'll show you what I do now. 1 second, I'm opening Excel here. Right, I'm opening Excel. Give me 1 minute. I will show you my statistics. So you have a bit of an idea. Okay, so I have some statistics here. 1 second, just checking. Okay, and then I open another Excel sheet with more statistics. This one. I know you can't see this yet, by the way, but we'll get there. Okay. Okay, are you ready? Statistics. Okay, I have many Excel sheets full of statistics, right? So I will show you two, but I have dozens. So here you can see some stuff and different color boxes as well. It's just that this is one of my sheets where I track statistics on, for example, my target boxes, which you see on the chart all the time. High time frame levels, right? Not too many in this particular case, it seems. VWAP, I think the VWAP statistics. Fibonacci, I don't think I used that too much. Oh, I did. I don't know, I forget it. Look at the amount of stats here. you know, this is individual tools that I build statistics on just to see. Speed fans. Oh, here, CVD, 1 to 5 minute CVD. Statistics. You can imagine how long it takes to collect. Oh, I have subfolders as well. How long it takes to collect data. And you can be like, oh, look, oh, wait. Oh, I read this, I stop the stream and I look at this and, oh, 20%, 38%, maybe, oh, wait, 100%. The thing is, one tool will not make you a winner. You need to combine stuff with one another, right? You can see there's all sorts of stuff I tracked, right? That's 1. 2. So I have my strategy. What do I want to know about my strategy? Well, till July, I traded a certain version, of my strategy from November to July. In August, September, I tweaked it again, right? I keep tweaking, try to improve. So I have data of my strategy, which is what we do in Diamond. In Diamond, we collect data, we improve altogether. And now also other diamonds that are trading my strat also help to improve it even further. So there's more brains, more eyes. It's cool stuff. Now over here, you can see the win rate, right? I might not take every trade because I'm having dinner with my fiance. I might be in the Efteling or Disney or whatever. I might not be at my PC, but I still record it for the statistics. Most of them have been taken, but not all. So my win rate might fluctuate from the theoretical exact win rate because I don't take all the setups because I might not always be there, right? So my win rate can be higher or lower. But then I have session, potential fibs, what days, how long does it take for losing trades, how long for winning trades, what day, trading with against the trend, risk to reward ratio. Strategy was the old version. Risk-reward ratio with the trend. What is the max RR? How long does a trade take till it reaches TP? What is the entry, right? And then some stuff I never really... Oh, you can't even see it because of my webcam, but that's not really important anyway. So data. Track statistics. Can't tell you enough. That is what will help you in the industry. By like a lot. by a lot. Man, I always get so hyped when I talk about it, but it's a true thing, man. Data. That's what's going to help you. You want to be a long-term profitable trader and quit your job? Build statistics. Make a plan, trade the plan, then save enough money, quit the job, start trading based on your plan and statistics. Work on your psychology, which is after you get a strategy, your psychology is the next big improvement, right? Work on your head, not on your skills with the mouse, right? Okay, well, there you go. So yeah, John, that is a very long explanation on your question. So that is what I would do if I would start again, because I made mistakes in the past where I did not have a mentor or someone like this to really talk to. And let's just say I've learned lessons in the past. Are you long in the short term? You mean like position wise, or you mean position wise, but I do not talk about my positions in any live stream or video because it is not relevant to you. Because you should have your own plan and strategy. So it doesn't matter what I do, if I'm long or if I'm short or if I'm not in any position, should not have any impact on your trading because you trade your plan and strategy. Of course, in Diamond, we know my plan and strategy. But here, doesn't matter if I'm long, short, or neutral. What matters is, do you know what you want to do? Long, short, or neutral? ETF denied, approved? Yeah, I actually don't know. Broke support. ETH BTC. We are sitting at the bottom of the next slide. 30K maybe. We hit soon. 20K. Yeah, I agree with Super Assassin. If we go into the macro bull market, then probably we'll enter the 30Ks again. But the 20Ks become unlikely. You could get low 30s. Depending on how, the thing is, depending on how high Bitcoin goes, the fibs for a potential wave 2, if we're thinking about that on a macro, right, will move up as well. So the higher price goes, the lower the probabilities you're going to see 20 in the bullish, macro bullish scenario, right? So as long as locally on, let's say, 4-hour time frame scenarios are still higher probabilities for up, yeah, we're not really thinking about 20K yet. 30K within days. There's a little bit of volatility, and we talk about like 20K, 30K. What's happening, guys? Neutral. What is your job? I don't have a job. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a global keynote speaker. So that's me. And voila. So I'm a global keynote speaker. Chartwell Speakers is my global agent. I speak across the world as well as in the Netherlands, right? So that is one. When I became an entrepreneur, I consulted with companies in the game. Like, my background is gaming and esports, so I worked with gaming and I worked with companies to implement certain things: marketing, sales, advertisements. Some recordings. I worked with Vodafone. I worked with Kia. I worked with Populous. I worked with the KNVB. I worked with Spinning Records, and you can see those videos online as well. So that's me as well with Vodafone. Then we had a campaign with Kia where we did a sweet to anyone ad. Can I still find it? It's literally the cutest thing ever. So, here, marketing. There you go. This was the grandma that we got. So we did a campaign with Kia. I'm never interested. I always do this. Chuck and chuck and chuck and chuck. Shooters. Playing shooter games helps with this. So, where... Oh, look. Who's there? It's Koen, Mr. Koens. And with Spinning Records as well, we got YouTube. Then we have Spinning Records, Koen Schrobbers. What was the event? It was Spinning Gaming or something. That's also me. Oh, here, the after movie. Yeah, Spinning Gaming. So that's an after movie where we organized the event for Spinning Records. So yeah, that's my background. And through that, I became a host on television on ESPN in the Netherlands for a gaming show. While doing that as well, then I started my own business educating parents with gaming children, which I still do. Actually do that since 2016, really. I'm also the author of a book in the Netherlands called Mijn Game en de Kind, for the Dutchies. Then COVID hit, of course, speaking got a little bit, I got a lot of engagement, but all were online, so I had a lot of time as I didn't have to travel. And then what happened is I got in touch, so I was asked by a company to do a television show about crypto in December 2020. And that's how I got in touch with crypto, therefore Bitcoin, therefore the charts. And because it was COVID, I had so much time to learn everything there was about Elliott waves and trading. And so I got notebooks full of theory, where I literally studied day in, day out, every waking hour, if I could. I was studying trading related stuff. And then eventually, YouTube. At the beginning of last year, in January, I was asked, or actually in 2022 already, I was asked to explain some of my screenshots in communities. Hey, can you explain this? Could you teach us a little bit? So in 2022, I made the channel, which you will see. It is officially made in June or July 2022. And I uploaded a few videos, which are then private, because I uploaded them for the group to explain some stuff. But then I got more and more questions. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to take it serious now. So in February last year, 20th of Feb last year, I then decided to do what you see now after making a little bit of a plan for the YouTube channel, because I don't just want to wing it. So I made a plan. So in my notes as well, you know, I like to plan stuff. So this is my plan over here, right? Like Koen's Trading YouTube. And then it says language, content, banners, target audience, time investment, comments and community, disclaimer, future plans, website, seminars or memberships, social media channels, competitors, goal for the channel till the end of 2023, SEO and keywords, plan of action, partnerships. There you go. And here we are today. Welcome. My name is Koen. Hope you're having a great time. You got to know me now a little bit better as well. So I don't have a job, but I just love what I do. My hobby is my work in all different stuff. Do you recommend for this very high volatility? 1 to 2, 1 to 1, please tell us. Thank you. Depends on your strategy. My stop loss, for example, is very much related to market structure, not to a percentage. So, and yeah, that of course the percentage always changes because I do it based on market structure. So I would recommend checking that. What's up, Swag Z? How you doing, man? How you doing? Could you explain how Fibonacci time works? Fibonacci time, it's like in general, the general thing I can say is Fibonacci time. Most of the waves are in, like, how can I say this? In a corrective structure, in an ABC, WXY, WXYXZ, and an ABC flat, most of the waves have a relation between the 0.618 and the 1.618 Fib time, right? Let's see if the probabilities play out, by the way. Push, push. So when we have a zigzag, when we have a WXY, right? When we have a flat, usually your wave A with your wave C is between the 0.618 and the 1.618. With your W and your wave Y, same. Wave X or B can be a lot longer, right? Your wave C in a flat is not allowed to be twice the length of wave A and B together. If you look for an impulse, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, your wave 3 can be very extended. So there's not really a time horizon for a wave 3. Wave 2 and wave 4 have a time relationship. Usually wave 4 is longer than wave 2. Wave 4 tends to be between 1 and 4 times longer than wave 2. If it goes to 5, 6, it becomes rare. And then there's a higher probability it is not a wave 4, but maybe a wave 2 or something else, right? Wave 5 with wave 1 generally has a 0.618 to 1.618 relationship in time if wave 3 is extended. And that in a nutshell, my friend, is Fibonacci time. Of course, it's very fast, but that's also because of the enormous amount of comments I get and I can't keep up. But hopefully it gives you some information. Shout out to the market makers. I get burned out after a big win. It's also good to have a break after a big win, right? Or a big loss. Like it's good to like just wait. Patience. Third mate, can I have your cap? Wait, do you even know what cap I have? Global Esports Games. It's a nice one. So I'm a board member of the Global Esports Federation, and we had the games, our big event in December, and we always get hoodies and caps and all that stuff. I mean, we get, because even though I'm a board member, the organization gives it, so it's nice. All the players get t-shirts. That's fun. Can you share, what do you want me to share, Abir? Koen is showing the ingredients. Yes. Start cooking. Start cooking. We took this high, by the way, now, which so a double 1, 2 just decreased in probabilities, right? A, B, C, unless you have a flat, but That's about me, by the way. We're all different. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Everyone has different preferences with regards to the way they trade, the strategy, the time frame, everything. Pleasure, Isaac. Yeah, my background. Huh? Were you a med student? Yes, I'm also doing the same in India. Oh, there you go. We can talk medicine. I still have my books. My books are in the closet next to the desk. So, yeah, I still got all my medical books. I actually wanted to get rid of them, but my mom said, come on, it's been a big part of your life, so just save them. Probably she's like, they were expensive, when I was still a student. So, yeah. But yeah, I was a medical student at the University of Amsterdam. I literally slept across the road of the university. Like I could just crawl into, the hospital. I slept in a building for students across the hospital, across the street of the hospital. I could just crawl there, man. Easy. So, is there any relevance to look at alternate Bitcoin from an Elliott perspective? Like ETH BTC? I guess you can, but then it's more about where do you want to invest your money, ETH or Bitcoin? And then depending on your analysis, you think, hey, if this goes up or down, I need to switch my budget to Bitcoin because this is percentage-wise. Because percentage-wise, Bitcoin might move more now than Ethereum. So, of course, you can't necessarily trade ETH BTC, but it gives you an idea of where to allocate your money if you're looking to trade either or, depending on the percentage gains, right? I intend to cash 75% to build a new house. That's a nice goal to have. That's a very nice goal to have. Make sure you also have no financial advice, but some sort of a dollar value. So once that is reached, you cash out so you can build your house. Because imagine that in August, you reached the amount you wanted, but then mid-August, we get an enormous crash, hypothetically, right? And then your 75% might not be enough anymore for your house. So it's going to be a pain. So I would recommend to also have a plan, if you know what I mean. Bitcoin broke 47K, that is correct. What do you think about VRA? I actually don't know. I don't use VRA. Or wait, in esports? Do you mean virtual reality? Do you mean VR? I don't know what the A is. Active virtual reality? You mean You mean virtual reality where they are actively moving, like Taekwondo, for example? You mean virtual reality esports? Or I would think VR here. GMT not doing altcoins at the moment, though. There will be a big altcoin stream coming up. Yo, Hadley, what's up? Welcome. I'm still struggling to find the correct support and resistance. It takes time. But you want to identify what tools you like to use most, of course. So resistance here, for me, was the weekly naked point of control. There's a couple more. I always write them in the boxes. Previous month high, what the hell? That's old school. A high time frame point of control, a weekly naked point of control. That was the main one. Then here, it was a 5-minute order block, right? So here, where we had a little bit of a range, what did we have here? A daily and the range point of control of the previous range. It just depends what you like to use. You can also use fibs, volume, anything you can put on a chart. You can use stuff from order flow that you also put on the chart. You can use volume profiles in different ways as well. You can try to look for the gaps in a volume profile where, hey, or not. You have the value area low, point of control, value area high, but you also have a bit of a gap here, right? A gap in volume might, act as support as well. My voice is giving in here. It's because I chat so much. Yo, drinking. We've been chatting for 3 hours. There you go. Holy moly. I'm live for 3 hours. It's now 3 p.m. What's on my plan? I won't be online for too long. That's for sure. I mean, I always say that. I'm like, at the beginning of the stream, for the ones that were here, they're like, oh yeah, Koen said he's going to be online for about 1 hour. Yeah. Okay. See you in 3 hours, mate. Do you think it's now a good time for Bitcoin entry? Depends on your plan, my friend. Depends on your plan. You should go back probably about 10-15 minutes where I spoke about building a strategy. Maybe sometimes I have to cut that part out and then upload it as a separate video. So it helps people to actually like know what to do when building a strategy. Because of course here, I'm not here to say what you should do. I am here to guide you in a way to show you like, hey, if you want to trade profitably, I guide you in recommending you to build a plan. I don't recommend you to buy or sell. I recommend you to have a plan and a strategy that you can trade day in, day out, day in, day out, day in, day out. Same shit, different day, basically. So I can never answer questions about is it a good time to buy or to sell, or would this be a good entry? What is your own position? What is your portfolio size? All that stuff won't help you. You got to develop as a trader. So you got to try to avoid looking for like that type of support, I suppose, from YouTube, and look more inwards. Of course, with Elliott Waves and what I do and what I talk about, I give probabilities to scenarios, but by no means is that financial advice. If people trade it, it's in the end their own analysis. It's their, they click the button. It's not my I'm not responsible for both your wins and your losses. I don't care if you win. I don't care if you lose. The only thing I care about is myself winning. Yeah, as simple as that, I suppose. What I do care about is you educating yourself, or I should say this differently. What I do care about very much, which is one of the big reasons of the channel, is helping you as a viewer to learn more about Elliott Waves and also get a better idea of the market movements with the probabilities attached. Why are the probabilities higher for up or down compared to, something else? And in the end, it's always probabilities, which means that sometimes things might not play out the way they do. But like we say also in the videos and in the live stream is, hey, if price takes this low or this high, the probabilities change. We wait for the reaction, we observe, and or when price that was the latest one for the people that followed the channel. Remember when we were making videos here, right? 8th of Jan, yesterday, lol, when we were live as well, I think somewhere, no? Oh no, that was here already. Same thing though. I mentioned if price takes this high instead of this low first, probabilities are higher to move to the box. We observe the reaction like we always do. Bullish CVDs up, right? Take this high, probabilities higher for a move up. It's just probabilities, and it's by all means never ever financial advice, which results in what I say is just build a plan for yourself, because the plan will or having a plan will help you. Don't you think this is overanalyzing the range? What happens here, you mean? I'm just being patient here. We're not overanalyzing this range, at least. But the 618 is touched, which is important. Could you show us how to set up a long short trade with a potential, you mean an exchange? So my process to enter a trade, right, is in the morning I prepare. I look at the chart, I look at potential scenarios, right? And I set some alarms if necessary. Usually I don't really. Then, as I am usually working from home, I keep an eye on the chart. And when I see there's a potential setup, right, the first thing I do is I grab my yellow folder or like map. So I got my yellow map here, right? And whoops, in this yellow map, I have the rules of my strategy. So I like to do things on paper. I suppose I'm a bit old school maybe. But what I then do is I go through the rules that I have and I check the boxes. If not all the boxes are checked, it's a no entry. If all the boxes are checked, it's an entry. So, and then it's just enter and leave, because if you have a plan, a strategy, which is based on statistics, you don't want to mess around with the statistics. Usually people build a whole plan and a strategy, and then they start trading, but then they get fear of hitting the stop loss, so they exit. But your statistics are not based on your emotions, right? So it's very difficult, of course, to leave them out, but you got to try to leave them out. If you have a take profit based on statistics, then that is the take profit, right? Not to be scared if it turns around and hits your stop loss break even. It happens. But you know that based on your statistics, this is how you should do it, and this is how it would work. And then the trick is, or the most difficult thing is to stick to your plan and strategy with your psychology, I suppose. Entering a trade on a platform is just, of course, on the right side. Binance, Bybit, BingX. I use BingX myself. Link in the description. But you on the right side, of course, you just fill in your position size, which you should calculate based on your percentage risk, because you want to know, hey, if I want to risk 1% of my portfolio, but my stop loss is either larger or smaller than 1%. Well, now we need to know, how big should my size be? Do I need to use 2x leverage because my stop loss is lower than 1%? Yeah. But that's, of course, relatively easy. And then you can add a take profit and a stop loss as well, which I recommend. Virtual reality, veracity, VRA, veracity. I'm not familiar with veracity. Interesting. What kind of team is that? Being a med student is really stressful now. I get why you quit. Well, I mean, I quit, but I already had a business going. So while I was studying, I was a pro gamer. Eventually that stopped. I started to be a speaker. I was a host on television. I skipped every Tuesday from my med school, but I made my homework and studied before and after. So I was still on par with the rest. Good thing about university in the Netherlands is that it's up to you. Your responsibility to pass your test. That's all they care about, right? So I had the freedom. So I was on TV every Tuesday presenting on Fox Sports while classmates were in university. I was a pro gamer. And the main thing was that in my 4th year of university, companies approached me to work with me because I'm also active in Dutch media, interviews and stuff. So they found my name, and then, but I couldn't because I, of course, had university during the week. I can't just skip school because, I have meetings and then have a whole project and I'm out for a few days. That doesn't really work. So I had to make a choice. And then I told university, is it possible to have a sabbatical of 1 year? And then, after that 1 year, can I come back where I left off? And they said yes. So I was cool. So I'll just try it for a year. And I did, earned enough money. And that was 2018, and now we're here. You opened a long position in Bitcoin since 44K. Nice one, Dispayandas. Nice one. Manage it well, my friend. Breaking. Grayscale submits 5th Amendment for spot Bitcoin ETF as issue raise against tomorrow's SEC decline. I wouldn't really know how to, or deadline. I don't really know how to, what's bullish, what's bearish, I suppose. I'm almost done with Elliott Wave Principle. Good job, man. Elliott Wave Principle is still a very fun book and a good book as well. Elliott Wave Principle. Yep. Good to have. Good to have. Nice to hear you reading it. I really value your input. Thanks for the stream. I'm going to take a break. Have a nice break, Steve. I think I'm going to do the same. What do you think about the ETF? I hope for eventually a very, like, I don't care if it passes or not. I'm not really involved with the fundamentals of Bitcoin. It's, it's just an asset that I trade. What I would really like with the ETF is eventually, whenever it maybe gets passed or whatnot, but what I would like to see is either, preferably really, a very big pump followed by an enormous dump. Big pump, range, grab liquidity, people are FOMOing, YOLOing, maybe think about all-time highs, all that stuff, and then dump. Or the other way around, which is my alternative. This is not fun. This is not Elliott Waves. This is just news, right? Or get an enormous dump, range at the bottom, people get scared, and then move back up. So I want the fake out. That's what I'm looking for. It's such a big thing. So many people follow it, talk about it, that I would expect the opposite to happen. You get the big pump, people come in late, and then it drops. Or you get a big drop, people come in late, they get scared, feared, and it pumps. That's the thing I'm having in my mind at the moment. If it's approved, I would love to see a pump, big pump, right? Move up, range for a little bit, range, a little bit lower, and then get a big move down. Buy the rumor, sell the news type of moves. Where are you from? I'm from the Netherlands. Want to learn what the difference is between retail investment and institutional investor? Want to learn what the difference is between retail? I mean, they just manage a bigger pot. They can't just exit anywhere like a retail investor can. We can, you can exit and enter anywhere really. But they have so many, so the positions are so big, they need to look for liquidity. The guy sitting behind the computer, they have some data here and there, but they might not always be better traders. But they have to do things differently because of the liquidity they trade with. I suppose that would be my biggest difference. It's just the portfolio size. They trade billions. After RS Miller 747, Boeing 747 by any chance? Airplane fan? I have to say, you have to be. You have one of the best live streams every time, and your analysis are right on. There are only a few after 3 years I watch now. 3 years, that's a nice amount of time. But RS Miller, thanks for your comment, man. I appreciate that. Thanks for writing that down. That's kind of you. I appreciate it. I'm one of the few that you are watching. Oh, I gotta say, also at the beginning, I guess that's also the more experience you have in the market, the more you limit yourself to a few channels. At the beginning, I watched a lot of stuff because I didn't really know what was going on, but then the more you know, the more you tune down to just a few. It's the same with me. 200 watching. Click the like. Thanks, David Liska, man. What's up? How you doing? I have no idea how many concurrent viewers. Yeah, 190, 200. Damn, man. It's crazy numbers. I feel like twitching all over again. Like when I was doing Twitch back in the day as a professional gamer. So yeah, those good old times, reliving the good old times. But instead of playing a video game, we're playing the game of trading. I mean, how about that? Still playing a game. Still playing a game. Holy shit. Guys, I gotta show you this. The beginning of 2024. You guys have no idea. So before I show you this, you remember my blue notebook, right? Where I wrote the goals for YouTube and a bit of a plan. Like I don't really focus on the numbers because I prefer to focus on the quality of the content. Quality for me is much more important than if you think it's good quality and it's interesting, you're gonna press sub. So it's much more important to focus on delivering the best quality. So that's what I focus on. But I had a bit of a a goal, which was 5,600 subs by the end of last year. We ended the year with 5,800 when we crossed the line to the new year. Holy shit. This was, look, 31st of December, right? 5.8. Then first gen, second gen. Holy moly, what you guys done here? Look at this beep. Let me remove my webcam for a second. And it just continues. It just like, there's no, like, where's the break? Holy shit, you have no, like, I think it's very difficult for me to show my, like, appreciation, because I can always say thank you, but it is like, it's insane for a channel not 1 year old yet. The channel is now almost 11 months. So 2024 it's the craziest first 9 days compared to any of the previous months that the channel has been live. It's absolutely insane. So yeah, thank you everyone. I hope you learn something while you hang around here, and yeah. Justech. I opened along from 43 to 100, closed yesterday. Very, very nice. Opened a short again at 47.1, closed at 47.1. 47.5. You probably mean 46.5 because we didn't reach 45. 47.5. I think you mean you probably closed it at like either 45.5 or 46.5. Opening from the same spot and ready for a short again. Justech is a nice, that's great, man. That's good scalping / day trading as well. You got a good couple of days. DK when? Open along from 45,700. I see. That's a great entry as well. Nice catching. CVD. So we grabbed the high here. I'm not sure what to think about this structure yet. What's happening on the 15? Still bearish CVD on the 15, eh? Lower high, higher high. This is now a third time CVD though. So it lowers probabilities each time, but you can see this is the CVD of the high. First time playing out, move down. Second time, move down. And now the third time, just keeps going back up. It just keeps going up and up all the time. Still didn't hit the 886. Close. No cigar. So bullish and bearish, no? Bearish scenario. 1, 2, 1, 2, continue, where your second 2 is then a flat ABC to the upside. This is your high. You're going to look for a move down. 886 is not yet touched. Holy moly, they just don't want to touch the 886. 886 would lower probabilities for a 2, so that's why that's important. I think on other charts it may have hit, but I follow Coinbase, right? So I'm waiting. But then you're going to be looking for a flat structure. And in the bullish scenario, you're going to be looking for the low to be then either a 2 or a 4. What's not too great just yet is the high has the most amount of volume. It's not really what we want to see in impulses, unless you have an extended fifth, which then has to be this structure. But it's not ideal. And because price hit the 0.618, if you would think 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, most of the volume in the 3 most commonly, This wave 4 is not allowed to go this deep. It hit the 618, invalidating that wave 4, which then changes bullish scenarios in either a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, higher prices, 3, 4, 5. In both cases, you have an impulse ending here on the highest amount of volume, which is not really, doesn't happen too often for an impulse, that the latest move is the one with the highest volume. So therefore, preferably for an impulse, this now is a 4 for a 5, or this is then a 2 for a 3. In a bullish scenario, of course, your clear invalidation is down here, no? Locally, for a double 1, 2, the structure isn't too nice. Like your second wave 2 is very long, because this is your second wave 2, compared to your first one. So it lowers the probabilities a bit for a double 1, 2. Yeah, a diagonal looks very low probabilities. A impulse, because of all the overlap as well, right? You're looking for a single impulse, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but you got a lot of overlap. In a diagonal, you would have a 1, 2, 3. No, that doesn't work. So only the 1, 2, 1, 2 kind of still stands, even though your wave 2 is very long, your second one, which is this scenario, by the way. So now you would then have a flat. A, B, C, 2 in, 3 down, right? So this is quite an interesting moment for Bitcoin locally. It at least took out this high. That's something. Still didn't touch the damn 886. The reason why that's so interesting is the 886 is less common for 2, more common for B or X, and you know, it's just a probabilities thing. So so because the double 1, 2 with the second wave 2 is so long, and it does lower the probabilities a bit for an impulse down. But because this now hit the 0.618, even a wave 2 or 4 can move down before up, of course. So, but yeah, probabilities would still be higher at the moment. If you zoom out from a medium time frame perspective, this being a wave 5, this doesn't work nicely. Expanding diagonal in 5, A, B, C. Expanding diagonal is a rare structure, so unless everything else fails, if price would move down here impulsively, then we could be looking for an A, B, C. Yes, find support for C at the high 30s and then move up. But then we need the 1, 2s to play out. And this high, being a wave 5 high, has lower probabilities than this high being a wave X or a wave B. But if the probabilities are higher for this high to be an X or B, it increases the probabilities that this is an impulsive structure compared to a, so impulse, either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Or this Y here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is something that we keep in mind now. Bit of bullish CVD on yellow. Here, higher low in price, lower low on the CVD. It's like 5-min stuff though, but hey, Mike Freeman, what's up, man? How you doing? We assessed 6.18k subs. Oh, wait, what did I say? What are we at? 632. We already passed that. 22. Welcome to the new guy or women or LGBTQ plus. Welcome. Good to have you here. 6.3, man. You guys are nutty. Total channel growth, lifetime. Okay, so what I said, right? Remember when the channel started? July 5. Then I uploaded a few videos for the community, right? Because they asked me questions. And then the business or the plan, YouTube plan came. Wasn't really a business plan, was more like a hobby. because it still feels that way. And this is where it started. So 59, 60 first day, 65, 67, and then we had a big month here as well. I don't know why. I still don't really know why. 1,000 subs in a month from 1 to 2K. I never really figured out why. You know, if I did something in the content, I didn't really change too much. I even added probabilities as well. I was on holiday here in South Africa. The main pump I have in my subs here was because of Andy, who told about my YouTube channel on a live stream, Bitcoin Senses. And then, yeah, we moved to the upside. We moved back to 22. Hopefully you got enough value. And you can go on your way. What was played? What do you mean, DK? So I played Trackmania in the past. Love the Netherlands shirt. Thanks, man. What? Nederland? Well, there we go. I love it as well. It's my favorite one. There was a long form live stream. Yes. The big pump. That was. As long as your channel will grow more. That's the goal. I mean, I love Elliott Waves and, you know, puzzling. So, you know, if I do it myself anyway, why not share, you know, all the stuff? Do you believe in astrology and numerology? I don't know. I'm not really involved in that stuff. I probably know too little about it to either believe or not believe. So I guess I would need to know more or learn more to have a better opinion. Please show us example a trading view for a potential long short entry. Well, that depends on your plan. I can put this anywhere. I have my plan and my strategy. The main question is, what's yours? So what makes you long or short? Where would you, right? Long, where do you short? That depends on your plan and your strategy. Where do you put your stop loss? Depends on your plan and your strategy. Where do you put your TP? It also depends on your plan and strategy. So that is it's personal preference. It depends on your strategy and your plan based on statistics, hopefully. So yeah, for my strategy, I know what I'm looking for, and I know what I keep my eye on. But what's your plan and strategies? Maybe liquidity grab potentially depends on the follow through here. Could be one of those interesting weeks where on the 4 hour we have like this doji type of like, you have like range, big thing, and then it literally does nothing. And then, you just have a big wick down and you get a bit of a wick up and and then eventually it goes. Either or. Those can be difficult ranges as well when you have those type of wicks, but the day is not finished yet. Learn about statistics. Well, in Diamond, I have a stream about how I track them with Excel, and I share my templates. But very easily with statistics, Swagze, is this. I showed this earlier on the stream. So here, for example, the target boxes. Statement, yes, no, total, percentage. And then you just collect data with CVD, right? Statement. This is old stuff, guys. Statement. Yes, no, total, percentage. So, yeah. That is what I recommend doing. And in Diamond, I actively help people to develop their strategy if they want to. Or at least they have, they can use all the stuff that I used. Or they can happily use my way of trading. Do you have any altcoins you like? Not really, because I tend to only focus on Bitcoin. So I'm not really involved with alts. Usually I only hear about alts because of, people in the stream or in the community. But I'm not really involved with alts. 47, 48, maybe even higher before it dropped to the 30s. Would be nice to get one. high time frame volume profile is interesting. The high time frame stuff. Subscriber number go parabolic. Yeah, we're in a wave 3, Bruno. We're in a wave 3. We started wave 1 of 3. We're still looking for a dip. Hopefully not so many unsubs that we actually have a solid dip to the 618, but you know what I mean. If we were like go down, up, and then have a dip down, 618, go back to like 3K, and then we go up in a wave 3. Imagine. Yeah. Five way. I usually don't really go too low with Elliott waves. The lower time frames you go, the more difficult it is to really assess the probabilities. 15-minute usually is my lowest. That I keep an eye on myself. X is super assassin. Let's copy you tonight. What do you mean, my friend? Copy. I don't do copy trading though. Efren Tefera, how much is the probability for bullish? Exact numbers. Depends on the time frame, I suppose. So probabilities, you can have a number to it, 80-20, 90-10, 70-30, 50-50, right? Where this local range is now very important, of course, for the probabilities also on the higher time frames, right? Because of the potential double 1-2, or preferably if we come down in a corrective manner, because ending here with an expanding diagonal is rare. So for bullish probabilities on such a time frame, 3 hour, 4 hour, the probabilities for this not to be a 5 but instead a B or X, I would argue are like 80-20. We got a 3-wave move down as well here, right? Or we have even a bigger A, B, C, still a possibility, right? As well. However, locally, and that's a bit of a problem here, we got to move up with the volume in the high. It's not great for an impulse. Usually that's wave C style, not impulse style, right? So the fact you have now the volume in the high lowers the probabilities of this being an impulse. Doesn't mean it cannot. For me, it's like, depending on the range here, it's a bit like, I'm like the 50-50 area at the moment. What we would have liked to see in an impulse is a 1-2, 1-2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. We didn't get the 4 and the 5. We hit the 618, invalidates wave 4. Which now means this has to be a wave 1, 3, or it's a wave C. Wave C would be bearish. But this is wave C behavior, which is difficult at the moment. So, but then locally, the only way you can end a move here is by now having a double 1-2 to the downside. So you have an impulse down, right? I mean, there's still the potential for a diagonal, but nah, right? Like not preferred. So, but the second wave too is very long compared to the first one, so it's not nice. So locally, impulse 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we can't. Too much overlap. Diagonal 1, 2, then we need a 3. Well, we took the high, so you can't have an A, B, C here anymore in a diagonal as well. Besides, this move down is longer than this move down, lowering the probabilities of a diagonal. So the only one that's really left is the double 1-2, which is the main reason why we keep an eye on the 886. Because hitting the 886 lowers the probabilities for a wave 2. We already hit the 886 here, right? Which is more common for a B or X, which increases probabilities to move down is a C or Y, right? We could have a more like zigzag, X, zigzag, X, yeah, there's still a possibility. Triple zigzag or a double zigzag before continuation. We're then thinking about a potential 4 before a 5 in that case. More common for a 4 seeing that really. But the 886 touch here would lower the probabilities for a wave 2. It's just probabilities, right? It's just statistics. It's just Elliott waves really. But we have to still keep this in mind. A diagonal doesn't look pretty. So we keep an eye on the double one too. The 886 here has just been missed. It's not yet touched. So we keep an eye on that as well. The only way to make this a 2 now, here, to finish it here, is then a flat A, B, C. And then down. In an impulse of 3, where you want to see the low taken. So, yeah, locally here, it's, you know, that's what before we got to drop, I said if price takes these lows first, probability switch to neutral, as we got to observe the reaction, because it becomes very complicated here, very difficult. Now we took this high, but we didn't touch the 886. Still. Even though the 886 is less common, it's still a target for a 2, but it's less common. This corrective structure here ended at the 786, which is something that I also at least keep in mind. The 886 was touched here, but this corrective structure could have ended at the 786 in a WXY. So you have a W, X, and then a flat here in Y down. So that is also still something I keep in mind. It's not the prettiest one too, but that is why patience is so important, right? That. Little bit of bearish CVD. Red candles, CVD moving up. If you take this low, local bullish one is invalidated, bullish CVD, which looks likely now. No. Bit of bearish CVD here at the high as well. Lower high price, higher high yellow. Bearish CVD. Did I say bullish? I'm actually not sure. Bearish CVD. So, but I prefer using also CVD on like, you know, 15-ish. It just keeps going up, the yellow line. It's absolutely nuts. Oh, we wicked that one as well. Yeah, so it's very much yellow, which is looking really crazy. I think with the pump here as well, the feeling of 50K, you know, people just buy. They buy. Because what we see here, you know, that's what the lines represent market buying or market selling. So as yellow moves up, there's a lot of market buying going on, or shorts, you know, no, not over such a big range. Shorts being stopped would be here. This is more buying. Which of course can lead to the bearish CVD. So per time frame, there's different probabilities, right? And here locally, won't be surprised if we continue ranging here for a little bit. At least if you're thinking bullish. Patience. So initially, when you take the high here, you know, probabilities could have switched, but you still didn't hit the 886. And then you have the potential flat as well. Expanding flat. Yeah, we wicked quite far. 1.618 for a flat. So yeah, the 886, eh? Low probabilities for a 2. Almost 886 here as well. Any 886 touch has a higher probability of being B or X, increasing probabilities for a C or Y down, which increases probabilities of a corrective pattern, which increases probabilities that even if price moves down, you will take the high sooner or later. But of course, the 1212 is the bearish scenario. It's rare for a wave 2 to hit the 886, but it's still a target. So that's why we follow up and remain patient. And stick to your plan. Huh? Stick to your plan. Where were we? Algorithm gives your channel a recommendation to my feed more than 5 times. After watching it, found it true worth of attention. I guess others too. Thanks for finally clicking. Took you 5 times, man. 5. But here you are. Joking, of course. Thanks for the click. Welcome. I mean, you've been here for a while now already as well. So if you go to the weekly chart, make an uptrend from 21 connected to 24, you get a trend line. It hit, yeah, that can be used as extra confluence. Trend lines can be great as well. No? Can be used as extra confluence, absolutely. Trend lines, patterns, anything. But it sounds like you got yourself a good trend line. I don't really use trend lines myself, yo. What's up, Pistachio? How you doing, man? 1 hour candle close above trend and moonshot. Depends on your, probability-wise from an Elliott Wave point of view on the 1 hour. I mean, we're just ranging. If price can pass this box, which acts as clear resistance, right? Then the next area of interest, if we can flip this to support, is here, 48.7, 49K. So that's the next one. Psychological number of 50K is here as well. Value area high of 2021, 49.5. Right? This area is interesting, but I have a box here, 57, 50 to 59. 5,900, I mean, not actually 59K. You must have quality videos. I try to. That's the goal. To give you the most I can with the knowledge I have, which, after years of using Elliott Waves, I suppose you learn some stuff. I used to do it here in Google Analytics for fun. On the, just search terms and stuff. Or you mean in your own YouTube studio analytics? Right now you're live coaching a lot of viewers, so that's a big thank you. Thank you, I guess, to you as well. I don't know. I hope it's useful. Of course, when let's have a look here in my data. Yeah, this is of course this is quite fun. You can see when let's have a little bit of confluence here. I'm gonna move you to my other screen. I'm gonna keep the chat open. Let's do this, and then move this. There we go. And let's observe. So the most amount of viewers was here, which was at let's say 215. Okay, let's have a look. Wait, so we started, so this was stream. Then here, where are we at? This was at let's say at 2 p.m. That is when it went up to 215, where we reached the all-time high, and then we slowly moved down again. Okay, so let's say just before 2 to okay, so the dump was 1 minute candle 4 to 2, which arguably is then somewhere here. Then people start Googling and checking, right? Emotions. And then till 2015, which is about here, when we started ranging, that's when the peak was reached and we moved down again to where we were. So it's stabilized. I don't know what this dip is, but I didn't see it going to 87, so it might be a little bug. But now we're back to basically where it was. Interesting, no? Interesting. Statistics. Interesting stuff. Ta-da! Upload. You can force an expanding diagonal from the high. Posted it earlier in Discord. Here. In 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess that's what you mean then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3. Yeah, it's awkward range, right? But the yellow CVD, no, it's not pretty, man. Not pretty. I don't like that for bullish continuation. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Still, it's still a bit of an awkward. The thing is, in a diagonal, if this would be your end 5, in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, your 2 and 4 have to be zigzags. But if this is your 2, you can't count this as a zigzag. This can be a zigzag. But then this has to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? But then you have a truncated 5, which is a bit awkward. Let me have a look at the index chart. Yeah, same. Also here you have the truncation. It lowers the probabilities. This is a 5 wave, like from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because of a truncated 5. Yeah, a little. Like it better than a double one too, yeah. Result will be quite the same, looking for a bigger move down. The bearish CVDs will help with that as well. How do you think it will play out if the ETF is approved? If it is approved, what I hope for is a very big push, after which I hope for a very big dump, so that people are faked out. The YOLO and FOMO and greedy people that buy at the high immediately get punished. It's just literally like buy the rumor, sell the news type of stuff. The same the other way around. Big move down and then a big push up. Just grab the liquidity of the announcement. That would be something I would keep my eye on. So what time is it there? 3:47 p.m. What's up, Papa man? How you doing? Yeah, what is going on indeed? Gotta go to the gym? Just say hi. Wait for small range to get more info. Exactly. Thanks, man. Good luck in the gym. Wait, I saw your plan. I gotta reply to you, Papa Live, man. I saw your fitness plan. I think it was here somewhere, no? Where did you put it? I need to print it. Strength the foundation. Calf raises that's of course a little bit legs. This is mainly focused on upper body, no? A lot of chest, triceps, biceps. Of course, we shouldn't forget leg day. Imagine we are like this, and then the legs are like these tiny little things. You know what I mean? Oh no! You count it as a 3-3. Okay. Yeah. Of course, again, expanding diagonal is not. It's not ideal. They're still rare, but you never know. But I'm interested in zooming in now. 1 minute time frame we go. We rarely ever do that. Okay. Little potential. 1 minute stuff is so difficult to make sense of the waves, no? Let's see, what's this? One, two, three, four, five. Let's have a look here. Okay, that could work. 3. But your 2 has to be this. The thing. This has to be a zigzag. If you count this as a 3 and then a 1, 2, 3, this has to be a zigzag in the diagonal. How does this become a zigzag? You know what I mean? Unless you end it here and then an A, B, C. But then this has to be your 3-wave structure in a bigger 3. So this is your first 3, and then this becomes your second 3. Difficult. Makes me think that, of course, each wave can also be a double zigzag or a triple even. So arguably you can have a double in here, corrective structure, and another. So a zigzag, X zigzag, WXY in your third wave of your expanding diagonal. I think price is falling a bit now. Oh, yeah. What's happening on the 3-minute divergences? So yeah, so we had bearish div here that played out now. More bearish divergences here, which have also played out. But of course, it's not really, you don't really enjoy seeing it. Still bearish divs here with this pivot, lower high, higher high. So you continue to build the bearish CVD. We now took this low as well. So we are out of bullish CVDs locally at the moment. There's no bullish CVDs going on. So you would need to wait for a bounce. Either price coming down and then show more bullish CVD, or just a local bounce, back move up, bullish CVD up. But look at yellow, man. It's, jeez. So yeah, we're not patient. So we want to see some support. Either the bear CVD is broken if price can manage to get above this high here, 46784, which is, I guess, here or here, 467. It's this one here. I would say like even an expanding diagonal is rare, so that's never really preferred unless the rest fails. And that leaves you with a double 1-2, which usually would have a higher probability than an expanding diagonal. But a double 1-2 is really awkward here. So that is, you know, why. And you have the 886 touch here as well, right? Which is probabilities higher. The next move down is a C or Y. You can still have the potential WXY up here as well. Of course, we just want to then see that taken. So, yeah, that would be. It's very difficult to count double 1-2 here or expanding diagonal. Even though, you do have the bearish CVDs, but now with this high, you had 1 CVD, 2 CVD, both of these played out. Now you have a third one. But the more often you have a CVD with the same pivot, the lower the probability of it playing out. Plus the 886. Leg day was today. You don't need a gym. I prefer doing leg days in the gym, using the raises and stuff there. Some machines, some weights. I mean, I have the power tower behind me, but that's mainly upper body, of course. I never forget my annual leg day. Yeah, I get it. Annual leg day. Falling wedge on lower time frame. It's an expanding wedge, which has lower probabilities unless all of the other scenarios fail. Do you use logarithmic chart? Only on the very high time frames, not on the local ones. And also with altcoins, for example, that have a very, very big percentage moves, I use logarithmic. Double zigzags, yeah. Yeah, in the end, it's just probabilities. It can always play out, of course, too, but it's a nice idea. I didn't yet think about like the expanding double zigzag scenario. We got very clear resistance, the blue box, right? Flip this, 48, like basically almost 49k here next. Monthly naked point of control is at 48,750. Support, I don't know, where did it bounce? It bounced on the previous high, so that's a simple support resistance flip at the moment. Got some more support here as well. Yearly. But the yearly didn't offer too much resistance here, so it's not too interesting as a level. I expected more of the yearly, actually, to be honest. It's, you know, it's so rare you have a yearly on a chart. But like up, no reaction. I mean, arguably, it's not really the yearly that acted as support here. It's just that we have a wick and a candle close on it. But I mean, big leg up day. Annual leg day, you know, right? I need leg drive on the bench press. Yeah, my annual leg day, once a year, annual leg day, an hour. Bearish CVDs playing out again locally, just keeps going. Huh? Didn't go above this high. Now we took the low. Bearish CVDs played out once again. Not to forget, we still have the bigger one, just in case. So now we just wait and see what happens next again. Now the low, this low was the target, which has now been taken as well. So yeah, that one now played out, and now on the 3-minute time frame here, CVD is back to neutral again. So yeah. A good thing here is it's patience, right? You want to have like higher probabilities, price moving up. If it takes this high and it, you know, flip the box, I mean, probability is still a solid move as well, still 3%. Would be higher probabilities then. Flip the weekly naked point of control at 47.3 here. Do we have anything else there? No. And as long as you're not going above this box, you know, it's very clear resistance. To the downside, I don't have too much. I might need to add. Current monthly point of control is, of course, here, right on top of a daily. So that's quite low, of course. 43,950. And you got the 05 there as well. I prefer a golden pocket than 786, but the 05 is also at 43,950. Then we have a daily naked point of control of 45k. The previous range point of control here. It's just a white box, really. Should remove this. It's just a white box that remains support. But it doesn't change the fact that it remains a difficult to count double 1-2, or you have indeed an expanding diagonal. So yeah, patience is your best thing, best quality as a trader, I suppose. Is patience. is there any way how you can predict the length of an A wave after 5 waves? Well, after 5 waves, your wave A should be in, right? The main question is, how do you predict your wave 5? And there's a couple of ways to calculate a wave 5. So if you would have an impulse, wait, let me clean up the chart again. Too much mess. If you have a wave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? A couple of ways to calculate a wave 5 target. The first one is taking a fib from the high of 3 or the high of 4, start of 4 to the end of 4. Toggle on the 1.236 and the 1.618. That's your common target area. Always interesting. However, the target area is bigger than that. You take a trend-based fib from the low of 1 to the high of 1 to the low of 4. Your 1-to-1 is also a target for a wave 5. Increases the target area. And then finally, trend-based fib extension from the low to the high of 3 to the low of 4. Toggle on the 0.618. You know, depending on how deep wave 4 goes, of course, this stuff changes, right? Like, if you have a deeper wave 4, you know, stuff changes. So you can find confluences between the regions, but this will give you a good idea of the range for a wave 5. You can also use a channel, right? Like a channel is also a possibility where you take the channel from the low of 2 to the low of your 4 to the high of your 1, and then the high of the channel can also be a wave 5 target, but I generally don't really use that. I prefer to use the fibs and then create the area, and then inside that area I count the subdegree waves of the wave 5, basically. It depends on the time frame. I don't go to the 1 minute, right? But if we would zoom out, 12-hour chart, if we are looking for this, right, 3, 4, 5, we're now in between the 1.236 and 1.618, and then the 0.618 is up here, right? So, you know, all of it is target area for a wave 5. We are now at very risky levels, right? Potential high time frame turnaround type of levels. But this is quite a big target area still. So what I prefer to do is observe local price action. And this is, of course, the bullish scenario, everyone, right? We also have the bearish one. ABC or wave 5 here if it's even a bigger diagonal. But again, expanding diagonals, not preferred till the rest fills. So now if price moves down here, right? Either you're going to be looking for an ABC impulse down, back up after, or you have some very awkward, very weird. We can't even have a diagonal. How do we make this a wave 5? This is just stupid, of course. At the moment, that is this is something that a viewer had, potential expanding diagonal, but then you only have a 1, 2, 3, 4. You still want a 5, so you're still going to be looking for higher in that case. So this would also be higher probability of a corrective top compared to an impulsive top. This is very far sought, as we say in Latin, ver gezocht. Like this is again, expanding structures they're rare. So this is, of course, like what the hell am I doing? And then it's like WXY in your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be the most bearish scenario. But again, expanding structures, you know, the higher time frame you go, the less common they become. or rare. The more rare, I should say, because they're never common. Dancing on the VWAP. A bit of support. Oh wait, yeah. I love using the volume profile. I would take it from here. Now we're about to dip below once again. Also makes you think. Pop, pop, pop. Important support resistance area, no? I mean, it's kind of the same box, I suppose, as the one I had earlier. This one is a bit bigger, though. What's happening? Nothing. Pleasure, Abuzni. Darjan's super. I'm interested in when you decide to take a will you tell us show and live. First of all, welcome, man. I like the fact you say greetings as well. That's very kind. Yeah, so I have my personal developed strategy over the years with entry requirements, rules, and based on statistics that I've shown some of them in the stream as well. But I don't put the strategy just out there, if you know what I mean. In Diamond, we use it and people trade it. It's mainly learning. It's not a signals group, so people really learn the strat and then implement it. Or what is a big focus as well is helping people to develop their strategy. So of course, my decision is based on the tools I like to use, the statistics I build, and then putting the statistics and the tools into entry requirements, which then gives me checkboxes that I need to tick before entering a position. I guess you can make it work, but this is, I suppose, depends on the person. So usually it's only Elliott waves with Fibonacci pools or trend-based fib extension, and not really the fib circles and stuff. You rarely see that. But I can imagine some people can make it work because Elliott waves and Fibonacci do have a good relationship. Vamo ET, welcome. Thank you. In an expanding diag. Oh, till here. Oh, till... You mean the top here? Just move the 3 from the earlier diag to the left. Ah, yeah. Okay, we got it. For the post market close to 45 minutes. Yeah, and we're now... we want to see price moving above the box. So, but if price cannot move above the box, as long as it's not above this one, I mean, it sounds of course like duh, but we're not looking for bullish continuation. This is great resistance. And we need to flip it to move to 49. So, but yeah. Let's give price a little bit of time, no? Probably, I'm curious to see where price will be at the 7 p.m. update tonight. So, okay, everyone. Holy moly. 4 hours and 11 minutes. My voice is dead. It's time for me to definitely do some other things. So, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you spending some time on your valuable Tuesday to check out the channel. And yeah, at 7 p.m. we get a bit more info. Let's see what happens. And I will record a normal update, of course, at 7 p.m. So just a video. And Ionut Sandu, it's around 48 to 52K, the 618, which is also an area of interest for a top from an Elliott wave point of view with a wave 5. So there's definitely that potential. Yes, but of course we're going to observe the waves, as we do. We love the waves. We are surfing on the waves, but it's definitely... Hey, Matti B in the chat. That's a while ago. I saw a comment from you on YouTube. What's up? Good to see you around again. Cool. Enjoy your day. Stay calm. Stay patient. Stick to your plan. And if you don't have a plan, start working on a plan, right? That's what we do here. We want to be consistently profitable long term. So, long time indeed. Long time indeed. Should catch up on Discord or next stream as well. Been busy. Hopefully good busy. Matti, we'll chat. Love to hear more. Guys, I gotta head out after 4 hours and 13 minutes of live streaming. What a day. Ooh, what a day. 7 p.m. next update. Let's see where price is at that moment. You know what are we looking for? So we just wait.